The room went quiet when Daniel's parents gave me a contract and said, "Sign this. Everything you own now belongs to the family." Daniel smiled and said, "It's just a formality, babe." I leaned back and smiled. "Then you'll love what's in my safe deposit box." Their smiles disappeared as my lawyer walked in. I met Daniel 6 years ago in Chicago. I was in my late 20s, focused on building my career in real estate. I flipped houses, made smart investments, and built a stable, comfortable life. Daniel seemed wealthy and confident. He wore designer clothes and had all the newest gadgets. His parents, William and Eleanor, acted like they were from old money. Their huge house was filled with antiques and family portraits. But something always felt off. They made comments like, "You're lucky to join our family," and, "You must be happy to have this kind of stability." It felt like they assumed I needed their help. Daniel had red flags too. He borrowed money and didn't pay it back. He once asked me to put my name on a house for tax reasons. I said no, but I let a lot of things slide. Then came the dinner at his parents' house. We'd been married for 2 years. Family dinners weren't unusual, but that night felt strange. His parents looked smug, and Daniel seemed excited. Halfway through the meal, William handed me a thick contract. "We're thinking about the future," Eleanor said. "This will help keep the family strong." I looked at the contract. They wanted me to sign over everything, my savings, investments, properties, into a family trust that they controlled. My stomach dropped. "It's just a formality, babe," Daniel repeated. I looked at him. He expected me to just agree. Instead, I smiled. "Then you'll love what's in my safe deposit box." Everyone froze. Daniel's smile faded. Eleanor looked nervous. William clenched his jaw. Then my lawyer walked in. Eleanor tried to dismiss her, but my lawyer ignored her, read the contract, and laughed. "This is clear financial manipulation." She explained that if I signed, they could take all my money and sell my properties, and I wouldn't be able to stop them. Eleanor tried to defend it, calling it a matter of trust, but my lawyer pointed out the fine print. They'd have full control, and I'd have none. Daniel stood up angrily. "Why are you doing this?" "You just tried to steal everything from me," I said calmly. Eleanor acted sweet and innocent, saying they were just trying to protect me. I didn't respond. William got impatient. "Let's be adults and move on." I couldn't help but laugh. "Like adults who try to steal from family?" Then Eleanor said something shocking. "I guess you're not interested in the inheritance, then?" My head snapped toward her. "Inheritance?" Daniel shot her a warning look, but it was too late. "Oh, didn't he tell you?" she said. "His grandfather's estate in Rhode Island, the real family wealth." My lawyer and I realized, this wasn't just about my money, it was about theirs too. Eleanor hinted that if I didn't play along, I wouldn't get a share of the inheritance. But I wasn't tempted. I saw what they were doing. They'd always taken what didn't belong to them, and Daniel had hidden this from me. "Were you ever going to tell me?" I asked him. "I was waiting for the right time," he said. "Right for you," I replied. We left without another word. In the car, my lawyer said, "They were after more than your money." I nodded. "What are the chances Daniel has debt?" She looked at me. "You think he's hiding something?" "I know he is." The next day, I hired a private investigator to dig into Daniel's past, his finances, credit, and business dealings. What he found was worse than I expected. Daniel was deep in debt, maxed out credit cards, loans, and even a business loan in my name without my permission. I was furious. That night, I confronted him. "How long have you been stealing from me?" He looked shocked. "What are you talking about?" I threw the papers onto the table. "You took out a loan in my name, hid your debt, lied to me, and you wanted me to sign everything over so you could fix your mess?" For the first time, Daniel didn't deny it. Instead, he did something worse. He laughed. A cold, bitter laugh. "You were always so careful," he said, shaking his head. "I thought you'd understand that we needed to think about the future, but you just don't get it, do you?" My chest tightened. This was his plan all along. He looked at me with a blank expression. "You have no idea what you've just started." I stepped back. "Are you threatening me, Daniel?" He didn't answer. He just grabbed his coat and walked out. I stood there, fists clenched. I wasn't scared, I was angry. If he thought this was over, he was wrong. That night, I barely slept. My mind raced, piecing together everything, every lie, every red flag. He hadn't just betrayed me, he had been planning this for a long time. The next morning, my phone buzzed. "Teresa, you need to come to my office, now." I could hear the urgency in her voice. Without asking questions, I grabbed my keys and drove over. When I walked in, she was waiting with a file on her desk. "You're not going to like this," she warned, pushing the file toward me. I opened it, and my stomach dropped. There was another woman, actually, two. Daniel wasn't just lying about money, he was lying about everything. "Meet Lisa and Hannah," Teresa said, pointing to two photos of women, both younger than me, both beautiful. Lisa was with him 2 years ago, he promised to marry her, took out a loan in her name, and drained her savings before disappearing. My stomach twisted. Hannah was last year, same story, but he never actually broke up with her. I stared at the pictures, trying to process what I was hearing. "So he was cheating?" I asked. Teresa nodded. "Yes, but here's the kicker." She flipped to another document. "He was engaged to Hannah." I blinked. "What?" "Yeah," Teresa said, "he proposed, gave her a ring, and planned a wedding. She thinks they're getting married in 6 weeks. My mouth went dry. "So he was married to me, engaged to someone else, and scamming both of us?" Teresa sighed. "Pretty much. And that's when it hit me, the Rhode Island estate. The inheritance his family kept talking about. Daniel needed a wife on paper to access it. That's why he kept me around. That's why he pushed for the trust. He wasn't just trying to steal my money, he was trying to replace me before I figured it out." I needed to talk to Hannah. The next day, Teresa set up a private meeting at a coffee shop. When Hannah walked in, she was practically glowing. She thought she had a fiancé. She had no idea she was Daniel's next target. I introduced myself. The moment I mentioned Daniel's name, her face changed. "How do you know him?" she asked, suddenly defensive. "Because he's my husband." "That's not possible." I placed my wedding ring on the table. Hannah's hand shook as she pulled out her ring and placed it beside mine, exactly the same. That's when she started crying. She told me everything. Daniel had promised her he was getting an inheritance but needed to be married to secure it. He promised a life of luxury in Europe once everything was settled. He had even convinced her to give him her savings. I clenched my fists. "Do you still have contact with him?" She nodded, wiping her tears. "He's supposed to take me to meet his family this weekend." I took a deep breath. "We're going to crash that little reunion." Hannah agreed to go along with the plan. We didn't tell Daniel we knew. Instead, she kept playing the part of the excited fiancé, texting him and keeping the engagement moving forward. Meanwhile, I worked behind the scenes. I hired a forensic accountant to dig into Daniel's finances. It turned out he had a hidden offshore account where he'd been moving money. The debts I found earlier were just the start. Then, I looked into his parents. The Rhode Island estate wasn't legally theirs yet. The probate process was messy, and they needed a stable heir to gain control. A stable, married heir. Daniel was supposed to be that person, but now, I had everything I needed to destroy his plan. The night of the family dinner came quickly. Daniel thought he was bringing his naive fiancée to meet his loving parents. Instead, he was about to get the shock of his life. Hannah and I arrived together. I walked in first. Daniel's parents were already seated at the grand dining table, sipping wine like royalty. Eleanor's face twisted in confusion when she saw me. "What are you doing here?" she snapped. I smiled. I wouldn't miss family night for anything. Daniel walked in behind me, arm in arm with Hannah. He froze, his face drained of color, panic settling in as he searched for a way out. "Babe," he said, forcing a smile at Hannah, "why is she here?" Hannah crossed her arms. "You tell me." Silence. His mother stood abruptly. "This is ridiculous. I won't have this drama at my table." I laughed. "Oh, trust me, you'll want to hear this." I turned to Teresa, who was standing quietly by the doorway. "Would you like to begin?" She stepped forward and pulled out her files. "Let's start with fraud," she said, flipping to the first page, "and then we'll get to bigamy." The room erupted. Eleanor gasped. William slammed his glass down. Hannah threw her engagement ring at Daniel. Daniel just sat there, staring at me with pure, unfiltered hatred. He knew I had destroyed him. And the best part? I wasn't finished yet. Silence filled the room, not the kind of silence where people are thinking, but the kind before a bomb goes off. Daniel gripped the table so hard his knuckles turned white. His mother's face twisted in horror and fury. her mouth opening and closing like she wanted to scream but couldn't find the words. His father just stared ahead, the weight of everything sinking in. Fraud? Eleanor spat, regaining her voice. This is absurd. Where did you even get these ridiculous claims? Teresa, calm as ever, placed a thick folder on the table and slid it toward them. It's all in there, she said simply. Bank records, loan documents, forged signatures, and she reached for another paper. Proof that Daniel took out a business loan under his wife's name without her knowledge. That alone is a felony. Daniel flinched. Eleanor slammed her hand on the table. This is a family matter, she snapped. No, I said, my voice steady. This stopped being a family matter the moment you tried to steal from me. This is a legal matter now. Hannah spoke up. And what about the bigamy? She demanded, because last time I checked, I was engaged to a single man, not some lying, married scam artist. Daniel stood up. Hannah, he said, trying to stay calm, I can explain. She laughed bitterly. Oh, I'd love to hear this. He exhaled, running his hand through his hair. Okay, fine, he muttered. Yes, I was seeing you while still married, but it wasn't what you think. He gestured at me without looking. My marriage to her was over long ago. We were just dragging things out. I scoffed. Dragging things out? You tried to trick me into signing over my entire net worth. Sounds pretty active to me. Hannah's eyes narrowed. So everything you told me was a lie? The future? The wedding? Her voice broke. You told me I was the one. For a moment, something flickered in Daniel's eyes. Regret. Panic. It was hard to tell. I meant it, he said. I wanted us to have a future. Hannah. While you were still married? She snapped. No answer. Eleanor, still fuming, turned to me. You set this up, she accused. You're trying to ruin us. I laughed. Ruin you? You did that yourselves. I just put the truth on display. Daniel, quiet for too long, finally spoke. You think you've won, he said, his voice low. Everyone turned to look at him. He wasn't panicked anymore, he was angry. You act like you're the victim here, he growled, eyes locked on me. But let's be honest, this was always about power for you. You liked feeling superior. You liked keeping everything locked away. So I had to come to you for money. I raised an eyebrow. That's an interesting way to describe me protecting my finances from a compulsive liar. His nostrils flared. You never trusted me. You never gave me a reason to. I was your husband, he exploded, slamming his fist onto the table so hard the glasses rattled. You were supposed to stand by me, not turn on me like this. Hannah took a step back. Eleanor looked shaken. William, for the first time that night, spoke. Sit down, he ordered. His voice was quiet, but the authority in it was unmistakable. Daniel hesitated, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Then slowly, he sank back into his chair. Teresa cleared her throat. Since emotions are high, let's cut to the chase, she said, flipping through her notes. She held up a document. Hannah has already reported the fraud regarding the money taken from her. That's one charge against you, Daniel. His jaw clenched. Second, Teresa continued, we've already spoken to law enforcement about the fraudulent business loan, and considering the forged signature, that's another charge. Eleanor gasped. You went to the police? Of course, I said, staring directly at Daniel. Did you really think I was just going to let you walk away? His hands curled into fists. Third, Teresa went on, completely unfazed. The Rhode Island estate, that inheritance you were banking on, it seems probate. Court has some interesting information about how deep in debt this family really is. William's head snapped up. What are you talking about? Teresa smiled. Oh, you didn't know? Your assets are frozen. The air shifted. Eleanor's face drained of color. No, that's not possible. It is, Teresa said, her tone matter of fact. Turns out, the real reason you wanted my client to sign everything into a family trust was because you needed her money to pay off your debts. Eleanor shot up from her seat. This is a lie, but the way her voice cracked, she knew. William knew. Daniel knew. They were done. Eleanor was the first to break. She turned to Daniel, her voice sharp, her eyes burning with fury. You idiot, she hissed. You had one job. You were supposed to make this work, and now we're ruined. Daniel flinched. Don't put this all on me, he snapped. This was your plan just as much as mine. And you were supposed to execute it, she screeched. William rubbed his temples, looking 10 years older. Hannah, shaking, turned to me. I want him arrested. Don't worry, I said, it's already in motion. Daniel's head snapped toward me. You wouldn't. I met his stare, unwavering. Watch me. And that's when the sirens wailed outside. Daniel was arrested that night, fraud, identity theft, bigamy. There was more than enough to bring him down. As for his parents, their estate went into foreclosure within months. Hannah and I? We went out for drinks the next day and toasted to the fact that we had burned them to the ground. Some people say revenge isn't worth it. I disagree. Sometimes, revenge is exactly what's needed.
The sound of laughter and clinking champagne glasses fills my sister's sunlit living room as I rest my hand on my swollen belly, soaking in what should be the happiest day of my life. Pink and blue balloons dance against the ceiling while my best friend Paige arranges pristine white roses in a crystal vase, shooting me one of her trademark winks. Only you would have flowers color-coordinated with your dress at your own baby shower, she teases. I smooth the fabric of my cream-colored maternity dress, the one Beau said made me look radiant last week. What can I say? Some of us like everything just so. The front door opens and my heart does that familiar flutter when my husband walks in. Even after 3 years of marriage, Beau still takes my breath away, all 6 feet of corporate swagger in his tailored suit. But something's off in his expression, a tightness around his eyes I've never seen before. Jillian. His voice carries across the room, silencing conversations mid-sentence. We need to talk. The way he says my name sends ice through my veins. Behind him, a woman I've never seen before steps into view. She's wearing a fitted red dress that hugs every curve, and her hand rests possessively on Beau's arm. My sister Serenity appears at my side, her fingers digging into my shoulder. What's going on? The room has gone deadly quiet. I can hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears as Beau walks toward me, his expensive shoes clicking against the hardwood. The woman in red follows, her stilettos leaving tiny divots in my sister's pristine floors. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Beau says, but his voice holds no warmth. Ruby and I have been seeing each other for 8 months. She's pregnant too. 12 weeks. The words hit me like physical blows. My vision blurs at the edges as I struggle to process what he's saying. The baby inside me kicks, as if sensing my distress. You're lying, I whisper, but even as the words leave my mouth, I see the truth written across his face. All those late nights at the office, the mysterious texts he'd shield from view, the sudden business trips. I've already moved my things out, he continues, pulling an envelope from his jacket. These are divorce papers. My lawyer will be in touch about custody arrangements once the babies are born. The envelope lands in my lap like a bomb. Around me, guests are frozen in various states of shock. My mother's hand pressed against her mouth, Paige's face flushed with fury, Serenity trembling beside me. Ruby, this woman wearing my husband's ring on her finger, has the audacity to smile. We thought it was best to be honest, given the circumstances. No point dragging things out. My fingers close around the envelope, crumpling its crisp edges. Honest? My voice comes out stronger than I expect. You call ambushing me at my baby shower honest? It's better this way, Beau says flatly. Clean break, no messy scenes. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, sharp and bitter as broken glass. No messy scenes? You're destroying my life in front of everyone I love, and you're worried about scenes? He has the grace to look uncomfortable, but Ruby just tosses her perfectly styled hair. Come on, baby. We've said what we came to say. Baby, the pet name I whispered against his skin countless nights. The endearment he'd murmur while stroking my growing belly. All of it. Lies. Wait. I struggle to stand, my 7 months pregnant body betraying me. Serenity steadies me as I face the man I thought would grow old with me. Why like this? Why here? Beau's mask slips for just a moment, revealing something ugly underneath. Because you always have to have everything perfect, don't you, Jillian? Your perfect house, your perfect marriage, your perfect little life. I wanted you to see that nothing's perfect. Not anymore. He turns and walks out, Ruby clinging to his arm like a trophy. The door closes behind them with a quiet click that echoes through the silent room. I stand there, divorce papers crushed in my fist, as my carefully constructed world crumbles around me. Someone sobs. Maybe my mother, maybe me. I can't tell anymore. Paige appears in front of me, her face fierce with protective rage. I'll kill him. I swear to God, but I'm not listening. My eyes are fixed on a detail I noticed in those few seconds when Beau's mask slipped. Something in the way he smiled when he delivered that final blow. This wasn't just about leaving me for another woman. This was punishment. And as my baby kicks again, strong and insistent, I make a silent promise to both of us. If Beau wants to play games, he's about to learn that perfect little Jillian knows how to play dirty too. The silence in our bedroom, my bedroom now, feels like another presence. I've been staring at the ceiling for hours, watching shadows crawl across the walls as dawn approaches. My hand traces absent patterns over my belly while the other clutches my phone, thumb hovering over Beau's contact photo. The one where he's laughing at something I said. Love shining in his eyes. Was any of it real? A soft knock breaks my trance. Jilly? Serenity's voice carries through the door. I brought breakfast. I'm not hungry. The words come out raspy from crying. She enters anyway, because that's what sisters do. The smell of coffee, decaf, because she remembers everything, fills the room as she sets a tray on the nightstand. You need to eat. She perches on the edge of the bed. The baby needs you to eat. The baby. My hand presses harder against my stomach. I can't keep anything down. Try. She hands me a piece of dry toast. And then we need to talk about the papers Beau left. Just hearing his name makes bile rise in my throat. I force myself to take a bite anyway, the toast turning to ash in my mouth. There's nothing to talk about. He's made his choice. Serenity's eyes narrow. This isn't about choices anymore. This is about protecting yourself and your child. She pulls out her tablet. I've been doing some digging. What do you mean? Remember last month when you mentioned Beau was acting weird about the joint account? I had a feeling. She taps the screen a few times, then turns it toward me. Look at the transfer history. Numbers swim before my eyes, but then patterns emerge. Large sums moving between accounts I've never seen before, all in the weeks leading up to yesterday. He's been moving money, I whisper. But why would he? My phone buzzes, cutting me off. A text from an unknown number. Check the safe in his office. Code is Ruby's birthday. Signed to U17. You're not the only one he's screwing over. Who's that? Serenity leans over. I don't know. I'm already pushing myself up, ignoring the wave of dizziness. But I need to get to that safe before Beau does. You can barely stand. Help me or don't, but I'm going. 20 minutes later, we're in Beau's home office. Everything looks exactly as it did 2 days ago when he kissed me goodbye. The same expensive leather chair, the same pretentious modern art he loves. But now it all feels tainted. My hands shake as I input the code. 0317. The safe clicks open. That bastard. Serenity breathes. Inside are stacks of documents, bank statements, contracts, USB drives. But what catches my eye is a folder labeled More Family Trust. His father's company, I murmur, flipping through pages. These are transfer records, stock certificates. My breath catches. Oh my God. What? He's been embezzling from his own family's company. Millions. I keep reading, horror mounting. And he set it up to look like I'm involved. Serenity grabs the papers. How? My signature. He must have forged it. The room spins as implications hit me. That's why he did it at the baby shower. He wanted witnesses to our falling out. He's setting me up to take the fall. We need a lawyer, now. But I'm not listening. Another document has caught my eye. A prenuptial agreement I never signed. Only this version bears my signature, dated 3 years ago. He's been planning this for years, I whisper. Everything, the marriage, the baby, it was all just cover for his scheme. Fury rises in my chest, Hot and clarifying. The fog of grief burns away, replaced by something harder. Colder. My phone buzzes again. Same unknown number. Board meeting next Thursday. Stephen Moore presents quarterly findings. Bo plans to blame everything on you. TikTok. I look up at Serenity, and something in my expression makes her step back. Jilly? Call Paige, I say, gathering the documents. Tell her to bring every scrap of information she can find about Ruby, and get me Clay's private number. Clay? Bo's business partner? Why? I close the safe, straightening my spine. Because Bo's not the only one who can play the long game. He wants to destroy me? Fine. But I'm taking everything he loves down with me. What are you going to do? I rest my hand on my belly, feeling my child move beneath my palm. When I speak, my voice is steel. I'm going to show him exactly what happens when you back a pregnant woman into a corner. The baby kicks, strong and sure, like a sign, like permission. Game on, darling husband. Game on. Rain pelts the windows of the coffee shop as I watch Clay approach through the glass. He spots me immediately. Not hard when you're the only heavily pregnant woman in the place, but hesitates at the door. I can almost see him weighing his options. Finally, he slides into the booth across from me, water dripping from his coat. Jillian, this is unexpected. Is it? I push a manila envelope across the table. Because I think you've been expecting this conversation for a while. His fingers tap an anxious rhythm on the tabletop. I can't discuss company business without Bo's permission? I cut in. That's funny, because these documents suggest you've been doing quite a bit without Bo's permission. Color drains from his face as he opens the envelope. I sip my tea, letting him process what he's seeing. 3 years of watching Bo negotiate taught me the power of silence. Where did you get these? His voice barely carries over the rain. Same place I got proof that you've been skimming from the Moore family account since before Bo joined the firm. I lean forward. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Clay's expression hardens. Is this blackmail? This is a warning. I rest my hand on my belly, feeling my child's reassuring movements. Bo's going to try to pin everything on me at next week's board meeting. When he does, these documents go public. You destroy yourself too. I'm already destroyed. The words come out sharper than intended. I take a breath, steady myself. But I can prove my signatures were forged. Can you prove the same about yours? A crack of thunder punctuates my question. Clay stares at his hands, and I see the moment his resolve breaks. He wasn't supposed to involve you. He whispers. The original plan? It was just supposed to be about the trust fund. Tell me, Stephen, Bo's father, he's been threatening to write Bo out of his will. Something about him not being worthy of the Moore legacy. Clay's laugh is bitter. Bo wanted revenge. And the money, of course. Always the money. So he married me for legitimacy, I say, the pieces clicking into place. The perfect wife, the perfect life, the perfect cover. Clay confirms. But then you got pregnant and everything changed. He started taking bigger risks, moving more money. Said he needed to secure his future now that there was an heir involved. My tea turns sour in my stomach. And Ruby? She works in accounting. Started helping him hide the transfers 6 months ago. He hesitates. Her pregnancy wasn't planned. It scared him. Made him accelerate everything. Including getting rid of me. Clay meets my eyes for the first time. He's going to destroy you, Jillian. He's got everything set up. The fake documents, the witness statements, even recordings of phone calls that never happened. The board will believe him. Unless someone with inside knowledge speaks up. He glances at the envelope. Someone who can prove where the money really went. I let his words hang between us, heavy with implication. Outside, the storm intensifies. I need time to think, he says finally. You have until Tuesday. I slide a burner phone across the table. My number's programmed in. If I don't hear from you by then, I'll assume you're choosing Bo's side. Standing takes more effort than it should. My back aches, and exhaustion pulls at every muscle. Clay catches my arm as I sway slightly. "You should be resting," he says, concern flickering across his face. "In your condition, my condition is exactly why I can't rest." I pull away gently. I'm fighting for two now. I'm almost to the door when he calls out. "Jillian, there's something else you should know. About Ruby." My hand freezes on the door handle. "What about her?" "She's not really pregnant. It's part of their plan. She'll fake a miscarriage next month. They thought it would help her case when she claims part of your settlement." The rain suddenly sounds very far away. All I can hear is my own heartbeat, steady and strong like my baby's. "Thank you for telling me," I say without turning around. Outside, the storm has turned the city gray and blurry, like an old photograph. I stand under the awning, one hand pressed against my stomach, the other clutching my phone. My fingers move automatically, typing a message to the unknown number that started all this. "Need everything you have on Ruby, especially medical records." The response comes instantly. "Already on it. But there's more. Steven knows something's wrong. He's hired private investigators." I smile as another crack of thunder splits the sky. Perfect. Time to add another player to the game. The city glitters below my penthouse windows, a constellation of lights I used to find beautiful. Now they just remind me of all the lies wrapped in pretty packages. I press my forehead against the cool glass, watching my breath fog the surface. "You need to see this." Paige's voice breaks through my thoughts. She's sprawled across my couch, laptop balanced on her knees, surrounded by papers like a war room command center. I lower myself carefully beside her, my back protesting. "What did you find?" "Ruby's medical records." She turns the screen toward me. Or should I say, Rebecca's medical records. My eyes scan the document, catching on details. She changed her name 3 years ago, right after her last interesting career choice. Paige pulls up another window. Turns out Ruby used to be quite the con artist. Small-time stuff mostly. Insurance fraud, identity theft. But here's where it gets good. A news article appears featuring a younger version of Ruby with different hair but the same predatory smile. The headline reads, "Woman accused of pregnancy scam and divorce settlement." "She's done this before," I whisper. 3 times. Paige's fingers fly across the keyboard. Always the same pattern. Affair with a wealthy married man, fake pregnancy, dramatic miscarriage after securing a settlement. My phone buzzes. Clay's burner number. "We need to talk. Now. It's worse than we thought." 20 minutes later, I'm back at the same coffee shop, but this time Clay isn't alone. A woman sits beside him, middle-aged, elegant with Steven's sharp eyes. Jillian. Steven's wife, Margaret, reaches for my hand. "We've been waiting for you to figure it out." I sink into the booth, heart pounding. "Figure what out?" "That Beau's not working alone." Clay glances nervously at the door. "Steven's been orchestrating everything from the beginning." Margaret's laugh is cold. "My husband thinks he's so clever. 30 years I've watched him manipulate people, destroy lives. But this?" She shakes her head. "Using his own son's greed against him? That's new." "I don't understand." "Steven knew about Beau's embezzling months ago," Clay explains. "Instead of stopping it, he encouraged it. Fed him information, helped him set up accounts. All while building a case against him. And me," I add quietly. "You were supposed to be collateral damage." Margaret's voice softens. Just another casualty in Steven's grand plan to prove Beau unworthy of the Moore legacy. My baby kicks hard, making me wince. Margaret notices. That's why I couldn't stay quiet anymore. She reaches into her bag, pulls out a USB drive. Everything's here. Every transaction, every phone call, every meeting. Steven's been recording everything. "Why are you helping me?" Her eyes fix on my stomach. "Because 30 years ago, I was you. Pregnant, betrayed, caught in Steven's games. I chose to stay silent." Her fingers twist her wedding ring. I won't watch another woman's life be destroyed by more men. Clay's phone chimes. His face goes pale. Bo's called an emergency board meeting tomorrow morning. He knows. The realization hits like ice water. Someone tipped him off. We need to move fast. Margaret stands. I can get you into Stephen's office tonight. The real evidence is there. Everything you need to protect yourself. It's too risky, Clay protests. If you're caught, I won't be. I push myself up, one hand on my back. Because you're going to help create a distraction. Later, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, Paige's voice comes through the darkness. She insisted on staying over, camping out on my couch like we're teenagers again. Are you sure about this? She asks. Breaking into Stephen's office, it's not just unethical, it's illegal. I stare at the ceiling, remembering Margaret's eyes when she talked about staying silent. Remembering Ruby's smirk at my baby shower. Remembering Bo's cold smile as he destroyed my world. They made it illegal, I say finally. When they decided to use the law as a weapon. When they thought they could sacrifice my life, my baby's future, for their games. My hand rests on my belly, feeling the strong kicks that remind me what I'm fighting for. Sometimes justice doesn't look like what we expect. Just be careful, Paige whispers. Not just of them, of yourself. Revenge changes people. I think of the evidence waiting in Stephen's office, of the choices I'll have to make tomorrow, of the line between justice and vengeance and how easy it is to blur. I'm already changed, I tell the darkness. The question is, what am I changing into? My phone lights up with a final message from Margaret. Office alarm disabled at midnight. Don't make me regret this. No turning back now. Tomorrow I find out what I'm really capable of. The Moore building looms over me like a steel and glass mountain, its top floors lost in low-hanging clouds. My heart pounds as I swipe Margaret's security card, willing my hands not to shake. The lobby camera's red light blinks steadily. Clay's handling that, feeding looped footage from last week. Security rounds in 20 minutes. Margaret's voice crackles through my earpiece. Elevator to 47. Hurry. The elevator rises silently, each floor bringing me closer to the point of no return. I catch my reflection in the polished doors. A woman I barely recognize, dressed in black, face pale but determined. My baby shifts restlessly, as if sensing my tension. I know, little one, I whisper. Mommy's scared too. The elevator dings. Stephen's corner office suite stretches before me, Manhattan's lights twinkling beyond floor-to-ceiling windows. I'm halfway to his private office when a lamp clicks on. I wondered if you'd come. Stephen sits in his leather chair, watching me with those calculating eyes. My blood turns to ice. How did you know? He gestures to a chair. Please sit. In your condition, you shouldn't be standing. My earpiece crackles. Jillian, what's happening? Margaret's voice is tight with worry. I sink into the chair, mind racing. Stephen reaches over and gently removes my earpiece, setting it on his desk. Margaret means well, he says, but she never understood the bigger picture. And what picture is that? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. The one where you destroy your son and daughter-in-law for sport? He laughs, but there's no warmth in it. You think this is about destruction? This is about legacy, about separating the worthy from the weak. By setting up your own son? By testing him. Stephen leans forward. And you? Tell me, what were you hoping to find tonight? The truth. But whose truth? He opens a drawer, removes a familiar USB drive. Margaret's? Clay's? Or perhaps... He pulls out another drive. The actual records of every illegal transaction Bo's made since joining the company? My hands curl into fists. You've been watching me. Of course. And I must say you've exceeded expectations. The way you turned Clay, brought Margaret to your side. Impressive. His smile reminds me of a shark. You're everything Bo isn't. Strategic, patient, willing to sacrifice for the long game. What are you saying? I'm saying you have a choice. He places both drives on the desk. One contains everything you need to destroy Bo completely. The other has proof of his crimes but protects the company and your child's inheritance. Understanding dawns. This was never about Bo. This was about finding someone worthy of running your company. The Moore legacy needs strength, conviction. His eyes drop to my stomach, and an air raised by someone who understands power. You want me to take over? Want? No, I'm offering you the chance to earn it. He slides the drives toward me. Choose wisely. My baby kicks hard, making me gasp. Stephen's expression softens fractionally. You have your child to think about now. Their future. Their security. I stare at the drives, remembering Bo's cruel smile at the baby shower. Remembering Margaret's haunted eyes. 30 years of silence. You're right, I say quietly. I do have my child to think about. I stand, bracing myself against the desk. And that's exactly why I can't become you. Before he can react, I snatch both drives and step back. My baby deserves better than a legacy built on manipulation and fear. Don't be foolish. His voice hardens. You're throwing away everything. No. I straighten my spine. I'm choosing something better. Tomorrow at the board meeting, everything comes out. All of it. Your games, Bo's crimes, Ruby's cons. Let the chips fall where they may. They'll destroy you. Maybe. I move toward the door. But my child will know their mother chose truth over power. Love over legacy. Security's already on their way up. I smile, feeling strangely calm. No, they're not. Because in about 30 seconds, every computer in this building is going to start downloading some very interesting files. Paige says hello, by the way. She's quite good with systems. His face contorts. You exceeded expectations? I rest my hand on my belly. Thank you for the lesson in legacy, Stephen. I'll be sure to teach my child a better one. The elevator doors close on his thunderous expression. My phone buzzes. Paige confirming the files are spreading through the company servers. By morning, everyone will know everything. It's done, I whisper to my baby. No more secrets, no more games. The elevator descends, and with each floor, I feel lighter. Tomorrow will bring chaos, but for the first time since the baby shower, I'm not afraid. I've chosen my legacy. Now it's time to build it. Morning sunlight streams through my bedroom windows as I button my blazer, trying to find an angle where I look more confident than terrified. The board meeting starts in 2 hours and my hands won't stop shaking. My phone lights up with Paige's text. Turn on the news, now. The TV flickers to life and there's Bo standing outside the Moore building. Ruby clutches his arm, tears streaming down her perfectly made-up face. Devastated to announce that due to complications, we've lost the baby. She sobs. And to discover that my private medical information was stolen and distributed by someone I trusted. The camera pans to Bo's grief-stricken expression. My wife, my ex-wife, has been unstable since learning about the divorce. But this violation of privacy, this targeted harassment of Ruby during such a tragic time. My coffee mug shatters against the wall before I realize I've thrown it. That manipulative bastard. Serenity spits from my doorway. He's playing the sympathy card. He's neutralizing our evidence about Ruby's fake pregnancy. I say, my voice hollow, making me look unhinged before I can even present my case. My phone buzzes again. Clay. Emergency. Meet me at the cafe. Now. 20 minutes later, I slide into our usual booth. Clay's face is ashen. They got to Margaret. He says without preamble. Stephen threatened to expose her own secrets. She's recanting everything. The room spins slightly. What secrets? Apparently she had an affair years ago. The daughter Stephen thinks is his... Clay rubs his face. She's choosing to protect her family. I'm sorry. So we've lost Margaret's testimony. The pregnancy evidence is worthless. And half the board probably thinks I'm having a mental breakdown. I press my hands against my belly, seeking comfort in my baby's movements. What else can go wrong? The cafe door chimes. Ruby walks in, alone. "Hello, Jillian." She slides into the booth next to Clay, who goes rigid. "We need to talk." "I have nothing to say to you." "Really? Not even about this?" She places a phone on the table. The screen shows a video of me in Steven's office last night. Amazing what security cameras catch, isn't it? My throat goes dry. "What do you want?" "To make a deal." She leans forward. "That video goes public in 1 hour unless you agree to sign a confession. Take responsibility for the embezzlement, drop all claims to company assets, and disappear." "Why would I do that?" "Because if you don't, Bo has evidence suggesting you've been stealing money to fund a drug habit. Very concerning for an expectant mother." Her smile is venomous. Child Services takes those claims very seriously. The baby kicks hard, as if protesting. Clay starts to speak, but I silence him with a look. "You really are perfect for each other," I tell Ruby, "both so focused on the game that you miss the obvious." "Which is?" I pull out my phone, start a recording. "Could you repeat that threat about Child Services? And maybe mention again how you'll fabricate drug evidence if I don't comply?" Color drains from her face. "You have been recording every conversation since the baby shower?" "Yes." I meet her eyes. "Your move." She snatches her phone and storms out. Clay lets out a shaky breath. "That was risky." "No." I gather my things. "That was necessary." She just confirmed they're desperate. "What are you going to do?" My phone buzzes with a text from the unknown number. "Steven's private server accessed. Found something you need to see. Meeting room B, 30 minutes. I'm going to do what they never expected, I tell Clay. I'm going to tell the truth. The whole truth. No games, no schemes, no manipulation. They'll fight dirty. Let them. I stand, squaring my shoulders. I'm done playing by their rules. In meeting room B, I find a thick folder waiting. Inside are documents that make my hands tremble, not with fear this time, but with certainty. My phone buzzes one last time. Bo. Last chance. Walk away now or I'll destroy everything you have left. I think of our baby, growing strong despite everything. Think of the legacy of lies I'm breaking free from. Think of the truth waiting in that folder. No, I type back. You destroyed everything I had 2 weeks ago. Now I'm building something new. Something honest. See you at the board meeting. I rest my hand on my belly, feeling my child's steady movements. Ready to help mommy burn it all down, little one? The kick I feel is strong, decisive, like a battle drum. Time to end this, once and for all. The boardroom falls silent as I walk in, every eye tracking my movement. Bo sits at Steven's right hand, Ruby beside him like a perfectly positioned chess piece. The morning sun through the windows casts their faces in harsh relief, highlighting the tension in their practiced smiles. My heels click against marble as I make my way to the podium. The folder in my hands weighs nothing and everything. Before we begin, Steven stands, all paternal concern. Given recent events and Mrs. Moore's emotional state, perhaps we should... It's Ms. Wilcox now. I cut in, my voice steady. And I'm exactly where I need to be. I open the folder, laying out documents one by one. My hands don't shake anymore. 2 weeks ago, my husband served me divorce papers at my baby shower. It was cruel, calculated, and perfectly orchestrated. I meet Bo's eyes. It was also a smokescreen. Ruby shifts uncomfortably. Bo's jaw tightens. We're all busy people, so I'll be direct. Every person at this table has received evidence of extensive embezzlement from company accounts. Evidence suggesting my involvement. I pause, letting the tension build. That evidence was fabricated, but not by who you think. I slide the first document forward. A series of emails between Steven and Bo spanning 3 years. This wasn't about a son stealing from his father. This was about a father using his son's greed to orchestrate a corporate coup. My voice carries to every corner. Every transaction, every false document, every manipulated record, all orchestrated by Steven Moore. The board members murmur, reaching for copies of the emails. Stephen's face darkens. These could easily be falsified, he says smoothly. Unlike the evidence against me? I pull out my phone, press play. Stephen's voice fills the room. The Moore legacy needs strength. Conviction. Color drains from his face as the recording continues, laying bare his entire scheme. Bo stands abruptly, pointing at me. You can't seriously believe... Sit down, Bo. The command cracks like a whip. It's Margaret standing in the doorway. It's over. She walks to the center of the room, drops a stack of papers on the table. 30 years of records, every manipulation, every scheme, every destroyed career. I kept receipts. You promised. Stephen starts. I promised to stay silent about our daughter. Margaret cuts in. I said nothing about your business practices. Ruby tries to slip toward the door, but Paige blocks her path. Going somewhere? Maybe to delete those fake medical records? Too late. The boardroom erupts in chaos. Questions fly. Accusations mount. Through it all, I keep my eyes on Bo, watching his carefully constructed world crumble. Why? He asks finally, voice cracking. I gave you everything. No. I rest my hand on my belly, feeling our child move. You gave me a beautiful lie, but our baby deserves better than a legacy built on deception. The company will survive. I turn to the board. Every stolen penny has been traced. With Clay's help, we've already begun recovering funds. The Moore Group can be rebuilt, stronger and more ethical. Under whose leadership? Someone asks. Mine. Margaret's voice rings with authority. Unless anyone objects? The silence is deafening. Stephen seems to age decades before our eyes. Security is waiting outside. I tell him quietly. You have a choice. Leave quietly or be escorted out. Either way, the DA has everything they need. He stands slowly, straightening his tie one last time. You've destroyed decades of work. No, Margaret says. We've saved this company from what you turned it into. As security leads them out, Stephen, Bo, Ruby, I feel the weight of the past months lifting. My baby kicks, strong and insistent. I know, little one. I whisper. We did it. The boardroom empties gradually. Margaret squeezes my hand as she passes. Ready to help me rebuild? I smile, thinking of the future stretching before us. Actually, I have other plans. Later, standing at my office window watching the sunset, I feel Paige approach. So what now? She asks. Going to be a corporate warrior mom after all? No. I turn to face her. I'm starting my own consulting firm, helping other women navigate corporate warfare and toxic divorces, using what I've learned to make sure no one else goes through this alone. She grins. Need a partner? Always. My phone buzzes, a final message from my unknown ally. Well played. The world needs more mothers like you. I smile, watching the city lights flicker to life. My baby moves beneath my palm, and I think about legacy. Not the kind built in boardrooms, but the kind built on truth, strength, and the courage to stand up when the world tries to break you. Ready for our next adventure? I ask my belly. The kick I feel is answer enough. The hospital room is quiet except for the steady beeping of monitors and my daughter's soft breathing. She's perfect. 10 tiny fingers, 10 tiny toes, and a fierce grip that hasn't loosened since they placed her in my arms. She looks like you, Serenity whispers from beside my bed. Same determined chin. I trace my finger along my daughter's cheek, marveling at her softness. Poor thing. Have you decided on a name? Before I can answer, there's a knock at the door. A woman enters, tall, elegant, with silver-streaked dark hair and familiar eyes that make my breath catch. Hello, Jillian. She smiles tentatively. I hope I'm not intruding. You're the one who sent the texts, I realize. The anonymous tips. She nods, moving closer. I'm Elizabeth, Stephen's first wife. Serenity straightens, protective. Why are you here? Because 30 years ago, I made a different choice than Jillian. Elizabeth's eyes fix on my daughter. When I discovered Stephen's manipulation, his games, I ran. Left everything behind, including my chance to change things. She places a small package on my bedside table. This arrived at my office this morning. I thought you should see it. Inside is a newspaper, today's edition. The headline reads, Moore Group announces new direction. Margaret Moore implements sweeping ethics reforms. Keep reading, Elizabeth urges. My eyes scan down. In related news, former CEO Stephen Moore and son Beau Moore have accepted plea deals in the ongoing fraud investigation. Ruby Joseph, identified as a key conspirator, faces additional charges. Justice comes in many forms, Elizabeth says softly. Sometimes it's loud and public. Sometimes it's quiet, like a baby girl born free from toxic legacies. Why did you help me? I ask. Why now? Because 30 years ago, Margaret stayed to fight while I ran. We were both trying to protect our children, but she proved there was another way. She reaches for her purse. I've spent decades building networks, helping women escape men like Stephen. When Margaret told me about you, I knew it was time to come out of the shadows. My daughter stirs, making tiny mewling sounds. Elizabeth's expression softens. What will you name her? I look down at my daughter's face, so new, yet so wise. Truth. Truth? Serenity asks. Truth Margaret Wilcox. I kiss my daughter's forehead. Because that's what saved us, what will guide us. Elizabeth pulls out a business card. When you're ready to start your consulting firm, call me. My network could use someone like you. Someone like me? Someone who knows that real power isn't in boardrooms or bank accounts. She touches Truth's tiny hand. It's in having the courage to stand up and say, no more. After she leaves, Serenity helps me adjust Truth against my chest. You know, when all this started, I was so worried about you. I remember. You thought revenge would change me. It did change you. She squeezes my hand. Just not how I expected. I think about the past months. The pain, the fury, the calculated moves and counter moves. But mostly I think about the moment I chose truth over power. Freedom over revenge. I learned something. I tell Serenity. The opposite of manipulation isn't surrender. It's honesty. The opposite of control isn't chaos. It's choice. Truth makes a small sound, like she's agreeing. Her eyes open, startlingly clear and direct. Hello, my fierce girl, I whisper. Welcome to our story. My phone lights up with messages. Paige confirming our office lease. Margaret sharing board meeting details. Clay sending congratulations. Each one represents a thread in the new tapestry I'm weaving. But right now, in this quiet room, none of that matters. What matters is my daughter's heartbeat against my chest, steady and strong. What matters is the truth we fought for, the legacy we'll build together. I think of Beau, of Stephen, of all their careful plans and power plays. They never understood that real strength isn't in what you can take from others. It's in what you choose to give, what you choose to build. Truth grips my finger, and in her tiny grasp, I feel everything I've gained by letting go of revenge. Purpose, clarity, freedom. A future built on honesty instead of games. Ready to change the world? I ask my daughter. Her eyes meet mine, fearless and bright. Like truth itself, she doesn't need words to answer.
The day I buried my son, my husband checked his phone during the eulogy. That was the moment I knew our marriage was as dead as the child we'd lost. I'm Taylor, and until 3 weeks ago, I thought I understood grief better than most. As a psychologist specializing in grief counseling, I'd guided countless patients through their darkest moments. But nothing prepared me for losing Tommy. Nothing prepared me for Joseph's reaction either. We should start thinking about clearing out his room, Joseph whispered as we stood by the tiny casket. The space could be useful. I stared at him, unable to process the words. Around us, mourners dabbed at their eyes with tissues, their black attire a stark contrast against the vibrant spring flowers adorning the cemetery. My sister Alina squeezed my hand, but I barely felt it. "What did you just say?" My voice cracked. Joseph glanced up from his phone. "I'm just being practical, Taylor. We need to move forward." Move forward. Our 8-year-old son had been dead for barely a week. The image of his empty bedroom, still littered with half-finished Lego projects and dog-eared books, flashed through my mind. "Taylor?" Regina, my colleague, approached cautiously. "Do you need a moment?" I nodded, grateful for the escape. Regina led me to a quiet corner of the cemetery, away from the sympathetic gazes and whispered condolences. "He's been like this since the accident," I confided, my hands shaking as I accepted the water bottle she offered. No tears, no breakdown, nothing. Just business as usual. Regina's face darkened. "That's not normal grieving behavior." "I know. I keep telling myself he's in shock, that everyone processes grief differently." I laughed bitterly. "I should know, right? It's what I tell my patients." "This is different," Regina said firmly. "The Joseph I knew 6 months ago would have been devastated. Remember how he reacted when Tommy broke his arm?" The memory hit me like a physical blow. Joseph had been frantic, barely leaving Tommy's side during the hospital stay. Where was that father now? "Something's changed," I admitted. "Or maybe I'm just seeing him clearly for the first time." A notification sound cut through our conversation. Joseph stood several feet away, engrossed in his phone. As I watched, he smiled slightly at whatever he was reading. "I should get back," I said, straightening my black dress. "People will want to say goodbye." The rest of the funeral passed in a blur. I accepted hugs, nodded at condolences, and somehow managed not to scream when Joseph announced he had to leave early for a business meeting. That evening, I sat alone in Tommy's room, surrounded by his belongings. His favorite stuffed dinosaur still sat on his pillow, waiting for bedtime stories that would never come. On his desk, a half-written letter to Santa listed Christmas wishes he'd never receive. My phone buzzed with a text from Joseph. "Meeting running late. Don't wait up." I started to type a response, then stopped. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up our shared calendar. Joseph's schedule showed nothing but blank spaces for the afternoon and evening. "Regina," I said when she answered my call, "remember when you said something had changed with Joseph?" "Yes?" "I need your help. Something's not right, and I'm going to find out what it is." "Taylor." Regina's voice was cautious. "Are you sure this is the right time? You're grieving." "I'm grieving my son," I cut in. "But I'm starting to wonder if I should be grieving my marriage too. Joseph's hiding something, and I need to know what it is." There was a long pause before Regina responded. "Okay, what do you need?" I looked at Tommy's dinosaur, remembering how Joseph used to make it dance to make our son laugh. When had those moments stopped? When had I stopped noticing they were gone? "Everything," I said firmly. "I need to know everything. Bank statements, phone records, email accounts, whatever you can help me access." "That's not exactly legal," Regina warned. "Neither is what I suspect he's doing." I picked up Tommy's dinosaur, hugging it close. My son deserved better than a father who checks his phone during his funeral, and I deserve to know why the man I married turned into a stranger. "I'll help," Regina said finally. "But Taylor, be prepared. Whatever we find might change everything." "Everything already changed the moment Tommy died," I replied. "Now I just need to understand why." After hanging up, I sat in the growing darkness of Tommy's room, clutching his dinosaur and making a silent promise. I would find out what Joseph was hiding. I would understand why he'd changed. And when I did, I would make sure he felt every ounce of pain he'd failed to show at our son's funeral. I just didn't know then how deep the betrayal went, or how much more I would lose before I found the truth. Regina's office felt like a war room, with papers spread across her desk and multiple screens displaying various documents. 2 weeks had passed since Tommy's funeral, and we'd been digging deeper into Joseph's life every day. "Look at this." Regina pointed to a spreadsheet. "These withdrawals happen like clockwork, the 15th of every month, $5,000, always in cash." I leaned closer, scanning the dates. "For how long?" 3 years at least. That's as far back as I could access." The numbers blurred before my eyes. 3 years of secret withdrawals. 3 years of lies. "Where's the money going?" That's the thing. Regina clicked through several windows. It's not going to any shared accounts, not to his business ventures, not to any investments I can trace. A knock at the door made us both jump. Connor, Joseph's business partner, stood in the doorway, his expression uncertain. "Taylor, I thought I saw you come in here." He glanced at the screens, which Regina quickly minimized. "How are you holding up?" "I'm managing," I said, forcing a smile. "Just catching up with Regina." Connor shifted uncomfortably. "Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about Joseph." My heart rate picked up. "What about him?" "He's been different lately, distracted, missing important meetings or showing up unprepared." Connor ran a hand through his graying hair. I assumed it was grief, but this started before Tommy. "How long before?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. 6 months? Maybe more. He's been taking a lot of business trips to Portland, but half the time I can't reach him when he's there. Connor shook his head. "I probably shouldn't be telling you this." "No, please." I touched his arm. "I need to know." "Well, last month he missed a crucial investor meeting. Said he was in Portland, but when I called the hotel where he usually stays, they had no record of him." After Connor left, I turned to Regina. "Portland, that's only 3 hours away. Want me to look into property records there?" I nodded, already pulling out my phone to text my journalist friend Gwendolyn. "I'm going to need another favor." That evening, I arrived home early, determined to search Joseph's home office before he returned. The room felt foreign now, like everything else in our life. His desk drawer was locked, but I found the key taped under his keyboard, an old habit he'd never broken. Inside, beneath a stack of papers, lay a small leather notebook. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside were dates, times, and brief notes. W's soccer game, 3 p.m. C. Dinner at Giovanni's. Remember, W's allergic to peanuts. Who were W and C? My phone buzzed. A text from Gwendolyn. "Found something. Coffee tomorrow?" The next morning, I met her at our usual cafe. She slid a manila envelope across the table. "Property records," she explained. "Joseph's name isn't on any of them, but I found something interesting. A house purchased 3 years ago by a shell company, one that traces back to his business holdings. The photo showed a modest 2-story home with a well-maintained garden. A child's bicycle lay on its side in the driveway." "There's more," Gwendolyn said quietly. "I drove by yesterday. A woman lives there with her son. The boy looks about 10. My coffee cup clattered against its saucer. "A son?" I took some pictures. She hesitated before showing me her phone. "Taylor, are you sure you want to see these?" The first photo showed a woman with auburn hair unloading groceries. The second made my blood run cold. Joseph, helping a young boy with what looked like soccer gear. "When was this taken?" "Yesterday afternoon." Yesterday. While I'd been searching his office, he'd been playing Happy Families in Portland. "The boy," I whispered. "What does he look like up close?" Gwendolyn swiped to another photo. The child had Joseph's eyes, his smile. He was wearing a soccer uniform with Edwards printed on the back. "His name is Wyatt," Gwendolyn said gently. "Wyatt Edwards. His mother is Clara Edwards." The cafe suddenly felt too small, too hot. 3 years of withdrawals, a secret house, a whole other family. "Taylor," Gwendolyn reached across the table. "What are you going to do?" I stared at the photo of the boy, Wyatt, who shared my husband's features and someone else's last name. While my son lay cold in the ground, this child played soccer with the father who couldn't even cry at Tommy's funeral. "I'm going to destroy him," I said, my voice surprisingly calm. "Not just expose him, destroy him, and I know exactly where to start." I pulled out Joseph's notebook, the one filled with dates and initials that now made perfect sense. "First, I need to meet Clara Edwards. She deserves to know she's not the only one who's been betrayed." Portland in autumn looked exactly like the life Joseph had built here. Picture perfect on the surface, rot underneath. I'd been sitting in my rental car outside the local elementary school for 20 minutes, watching parents collect their children. "You don't have to do this today," Regina's voice crackled through my phone speaker. "We could gather more information first." "No," I said, watching another wave of kids pour out the front doors. "I need to see them, to make it real." That's when I saw him, Wyatt. He bounded down the steps wearing a blue backpack covered in dinosaur patches, just like Tommy used to have. The sight knocked the wind out of me. "Taylor, are you there?" "He's here," I whispered. "God, Regina, he looks just like Joseph." A woman approached Wyatt, Clara. She was beautiful in an effortless way, wearing a casual sweater and jeans. She hugged her son, ruffled his hair, laughed at something he said. Everything about her screamed, normal mom, just like I used to be. I was so focused on them, I didn't notice the car pulling up beside mine until someone tapped on my window. My heart stopped. It was Wyatt. "Hey, lady, are you okay?" His concerned face peered in at me. "You've been crying." I quickly wiped my cheeks, unaware tears had been falling. Clara approached behind him, maternal concern shifting to wariness as she assessed the stranger in the car. "I'm fine," I managed, rolling down the window. "Just having a rough day." "Mom, she looks sad like Mrs. Peterson did when her dog died," Wyatt said to Clara. Clara's expression softened. "I'm so sorry. Would you like us to call someone for you?" The irony was almost laughable. Should I ask them to call my husband, their husband? No, thank you. I just lost my son recently, and seeing all these children... Oh my God. Clara's hand flew to her mouth. "I'm so sorry. I can't imagine. Your son likes dinosaurs?" I nodded toward Wyatt's backpack, desperate to change the subject. His face lit up. "Yeah, Dad just got me this awesome T-Rex model kit. Do you want to see a picture?" Dad, Joseph, the same man who couldn't be bothered to help Tommy with his dinosaur models those last few months. "Wyatt, honey, we should let her have some space," Clara said gently. She handed me a tissue from her purse. "I'm Clara, by the way. If you need anything..." "Taylor," I replied, watching her face carefully for any recognition. There was none. "Thank you, both of you. You've been very kind." As they walked away, Wyatt turned back to wave. I waved back, my hand shaking. My phone buzzed. Regina again. "Did you see them?" "I didn't just see them," I said, starting the car. "I talked to them. Clara has no idea who I am. None at all." "Taylor?" "I'm following them," I said, pulling out as Clara's car turned the corner. "I need to see where they go." They led me to a small cafe, the kind of place that probably knew their regular orders by heart. Through the window, I watched Wyatt do homework while Clara graded papers. She must be a teacher. They looked so normal, so happy. My phone buzzed with a text from Joseph. "Working late again, don't wait up." I checked the time, 3:45 p.m. Right on schedule, a familiar car pulled into the cafe parking lot. Joseph stepped out, straightening his tie before walking in. Through the window, I watched Wyatt jump up to hug him. Joseph lifted him off the ground, spinning him around like he used to do with Tommy. Clara stood to kiss him hello, and they looked like any other happy family enjoying their afternoon routine. My hands gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. 3 years. For 3 years, he'd been living this double life. While I worked late at my practice, while I took Tommy to his appointments alone, while I wondered why my husband seemed so distant. He was here, playing dad to another woman's son. My phone buzzed again. Gwendolyn this time. "Got the financial records you asked for. It's worse than we thought. Want to meet?" "Yes," I replied, watching Joseph ruffle Wyatt's hair. "But first, I need you to do something else. Find out everything you can about Clara. Where she teaches, her friends, her routine, everything." "What are you planning?" I started the car as Joseph settled into the cafe chair, pulling out what looked like Wyatt's homework. He's given them the perfect life while destroying mine. So I'm going to do the same to him. But first what? First, I'm going to tell Clara exactly who her perfect husband really is, and then we're going to make him pay. Both of us. As I drove away, I caught one last glimpse of them through the window, the picture-perfect family that existed because of my husband's perfect lies. By this time next week, that picture would be shattered, just like mine had been. The envelope felt heavy in my hands as I stood on Clara's front porch. Joseph was away at a business conference, actually at our home in Seattle, and I knew this was my chance. I rang the doorbell before I could lose my nerve. Clara opened the door, recognition flickering across her face. "Taylor, from the school? Can we talk?" I held up the envelope. "It's about Joseph." Her smile faltered. "Is everything okay?" "No," I said quietly. "Nothing about this is okay." She led me into a living room that could have been pulled from a home decoration magazine. Family photos covered the walls: Joseph and Wyatt at the beach, Clara and Joseph's wedding photo, Wyatt's school pictures. A parallel life documented in perfect detail. "Would you like some tea?" Clara offered. "I'd rather just show you these." I pulled out the photos, the bank statements, the marriage certificate, mine, not hers, laid them on her coffee table like cards in a terrible game. Clara's hands trembled as she picked up my wedding photo. "I don't understand." "Joseph is my husband," I said. "Has been for 12 years. We had a son named Tommy. He died 3 weeks ago." The color drained from Clara's face. No, this is some kind of mistake." "The mistake was his," I said, pointing to the bank statements. "These withdrawals? $5,000 every month for 3 years. That's how he's been maintaining this life with you." "Mom?" Wyatt's voice came from the stairs. "Who's here?" Clara jumped up. "Honey, go back upstairs, please." But Wyatt was already in the doorway, his eyes widening when he saw me. "Hey, you're the sad lady from school." "Wyatt, upstairs, now." Clara's voice shook with authority she didn't feel. After Wyatt reluctantly retreated, Clara collapsed onto the couch, staring at the evidence of her shattered life. 3 weeks ago, Joseph said he had to go to New York for business. "He was at our son's funeral," I said, checking his phone during the eulogy. Clara pressed her hands to her mouth, tears streaming down her face. 10 years, she whispered. "We've been married 10 years. Wyatt, oh God, Wyatt." "I'm not here to hurt you or Wyatt," I said, my professional training kicking in despite everything. "I'm here because you deserve to know the truth, and because I think we can help each other." "Help each other?" Clara laughed bitterly. "How? By sharing custody of our mutual husband?" "By destroying him," I said simply. "Professionally, financially, socially. I have a plan, but I need your help." Clara wiped her eyes, looking at the photos again. "Your son. What happened?" "Leukemia," I said, my throat tightening. 8 months of treatment. Joseph was barely there. Now I know why. "Wyatt's soccer games," Clara whispered. "Every Saturday morning. He never missed one. But your son was having chemotherapy on Saturdays," I finished, while Joseph was here, playing devoted dad to Wyatt. Clara stood abruptly, walking to a desk in the corner. She pulled out a folder and returned, dropping it on top of my documents. Bank accounts, property deeds, business investments, all in my name. Joseph said it was for tax purposes. "It was to hide money from me," I said, scanning the papers, "and probably others." "There's more," Clara said. "Last week he asked me to sign some papers, transfer papers for Wyatt's college fund, nearly $500,000. Said he wanted to move it to a better investment account." My phone buzzed. A text from Connor. "You were right. Found irregularities in company accounts. Big ones. Call me." I showed Clara the message. "Joseph's not just been lying to us. He's been stealing from his company, too." "What's your plan?" Clara asked, her voice stronger now. "First, we document everything. Then, when we have all the evidence, we go public, all at once. Media, police, SEC. He won't know what hit him." "And Wyatt?" Clara's eyes filled with tears again. "How do I tell my son his father is a fraud?" "We'll figure it out together," I said, surprising myself with how much I meant it. "Joseph doesn't get to destroy any more lives." Clara nodded slowly, then stood and walked to the stairs. "Wyatt, can you come down, please?" "Clara, you don't have to." "Yes, I do," she said firmly. "He deserves to know he has someone else in his corner, someone who understands exactly what Joseph has done to him." Wyatt appeared, clutching his dinosaur model kit, the one Joseph had given him. The sight made my heart ache. "Honey," Clara said gently, "this is Taylor. She's going to be helping us with some changes that are coming, and I think she might know a thing or two about dinosaurs too." Wyatt's face lit up, and in that moment I realized something unexpected. In trying to destroy Joseph's perfect lie of a life, I might have found something real to hold on to instead. "We've got him," Gwendolyn announced, spreading documents across my dining room table. Clara sat beside me, while Regina and Connor occupied the other chairs. 2 weeks had passed since I'd revealed the truth to Clara, and we'd been building our case methodically. "The money transfers were just the beginning," Connor said, pointing to a complex web of transactions. He's been embezzling company funds through fake consultancy firms for years. At least $4 million. Clara's hand shook as she reached for her coffee. And the college fund he wanted me to transfer would have disappeared into one of his offshore accounts, Regina confirmed, along with everything else he's been siphoning away. That's not all, Gwendolyn added, pulling out her laptop. I found 2 other properties, one in Vancouver, one in San Diego, both purchased through shell companies. My stomach lurched. More families? No, Gwendolyn shook her head. Investment properties. He's been preparing his escape route. The doorbell rang, making us all jump. I checked the security camera feed on my phone. It was Wyatt. Mom, he called through the door. I forgot my house key again. Clara moved to get up, but I stopped her. I'll get it. You keep going through the documents. When I opened the door, Wyatt bounded in, then froze at the sight of all the adults in the dining room. Oh, is this about Dad? The room fell silent. Clara and I had told him a simplified version of the truth, that his dad had done some bad things and there would be changes coming. He'd taken it better than expected, though I suspected he understood more than he let on. Yeah, buddy, I said softly. It is. Wyatt pulled something from his backpack, a USB drive. Then maybe you should see this. What is it? Clara asked as Wyatt handed the drive to Gwendolyn. Dad's always leaving his laptop at our house, Wyatt explained. Last time he forgot to log out of his email. I copied some stuff. Gwendolyn plugged in the drive and we all crowded around her laptop. Emails filled the screen, hundreds of them, detailing money transfers, fake business deals, and conversations with offshore bankers. Wyatt, Clara whispered, how did you know to do this? He shrugged, but I caught the hurt in his eyes. Dad stopped coming to my soccer games 2 months ago. Said he was busy with work. But I saw him texting about beach houses instead. I pulled out a chair for him. You're pretty smart, you know that. Tommy was smart too, wasn't he? Wyatt asked quietly. Dad had a picture of him on his phone once. He said it was his friend's kid, but it wasn't, was it? The room grew very still. I swallowed hard. No, it wasn't. Wyatt nodded, then pulled out another surprise, a small notebook. I found this in Dad's car last week. It's got lots of numbers and names in it. Connor practically lunged for the notebook. This is his personal ledger. We've been looking for this for weeks. Wyatt, Clara said firmly, what you did was very brave, but I need you to promise me something. No more investigating on your own, okay? Let us handle this. Okay, he agreed, then turned to me. Can I show you my new dinosaur book while they do boring grown-up stuff? I caught Clara's eye, received her nod of approval. I'd love that. As Wyatt and I settled on the couch with his book, I heard the others continuing their planning. We need to move fast, Gwendolyn was saying. Once we go public, he'll try to run. The SEC is ready, Connor added. They've been building their case quietly. We just needed proof of intent. Which Wyatt just gave us, Regina finished. Clara joined us on the couch, putting an arm around her son. You okay, honey? Wyatt nodded, then asked the question I could tell had been bothering him. Is Dad going to jail? Probably, Clara answered honestly. He did some very bad things. I know, Wyatt said, surprising us both. He hurt Tommy by not being there, and he hurt you and Taylor too. I blinked back tears as Wyatt turned the page of his dinosaur book, pointing to a stegosaurus. Tommy liked dinosaurs too? He loved them, I managed. He had a whole collection. Maybe, Wyatt hesitated. Maybe I could see them sometime, to remember him by? Before I could respond, Gwendolyn called out, It's time. Everything's ready. We just need to make the calls. Clara squeezed Wyatt's shoulder. Why don't you and Taylor finish the book upstairs? The grown-ups need to make some important phone calls. As we headed upstairs, I heard the first call being made, Gwendolyn to her editor. By tomorrow, Joseph's carefully constructed world would crumble completely. Taylor? Wyatt asked as we settled into the guest room. After Dad goes away, will you still visit us? I pulled him close, realizing that in seeking revenge, I'd found something I never expected, a chance to be part of a family again. Yes, I promised, as long as you and your mom want me around. The morning the story broke, I watched Joseph's world implode from my office. Every major news outlet picked up Gwendolyn's expose. Tech executives double life, fraud, 2 families and millions in stolen funds. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Regina burst in without knocking, her tablet displaying live coverage. They're arresting him right now. It's on every channel. I switched on the TV mounted in my office. There was Joseph, being led out of his company's building in handcuffs. His perfectly pressed suit was wrinkled, his carefully styled hair disheveled. "Have you heard from Clara?" Regina asked. "She's keeping Wyatt home from school today. They're staying at her sister's place until this dies down." My office phone rang. Alina. "Sis, are you watching this? Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said, watching Joseph duck his head from the cameras. "Better than fine, actually." "Ms. Taylor?" My receptionist's voice came through the intercom. "There are reporters in the lobby asking for you." "Don't let them up," Regina instructed, then turned to me. "You should go home. This is going to get crazy." She was right. By the time I made it to my car, reporters were swarming the parking lot. Their questions followed me as I drove away. "Did you know about his other family? What happened to the stolen money? How long have you been planning this expose?" I drove straight to Clara's sister's house, where Clara was pacing the living room, phone in hand. "The press found my classroom. The principal had to cancel my classes." "How's Wyatt?" "Upstairs, playing video games, trying to pretend this isn't happening." Clara ran her hands through her hair. "Joseph's lawyer called. He wants to talk." "Don't," I warned. "Not without your own lawyer present." "Taylor," Wyatt's voice came from the stairs. "You're on TV." We rushed to the living room, where a news anchor was showing my photo alongside Joseph's arrest footage. Sources say Joseph's first wife, Taylor, a prominent grief counselor, worked with his second wife, Clara, to expose his fraudulent activities. Clara muted the TV as her phone rang again. Joseph's number. "Should I answer it?" "Put it on speaker," I said. Joseph's voice filled the room, desperate and angry. Clara, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Taylor's twisted everything." "Like you twisted the truth about having another family?" Clara's voice was ice. "About stealing millions? About missing your son's cancer treatments to attend my son's soccer games?" "I can explain everything." "No," I cut in. "You can't explain why you checked your phone during Tommy's eulogy. You can't explain why you wanted to clear out his room a week after he died." "Taylor?" His voice changed, becoming harder. "You did this. You turned Clara against me. You ruined everything." "You ruined everything," Wyatt said suddenly, moving closer to the phone. "You lied to everyone. You hurt Tommy. You hurt both my moms." The line went silent for a moment. When Joseph spoke again, his voice shook. "Wyatt, son, please. Don't call me son," Wyatt said firmly. "Taylor's more of a parent than you ever were. At least she shows up when she says she will." Clara ended the call, pulling Wyatt into a hug as he finally let his tears fall. My phone buzzed. Connor. "The SEC just froze all his accounts. The evidence is overwhelming. He's looking at 15 to 20 years, minimum." Another call came in. "Gwendolyn, you need to see this. His business partners in Asia are coming forward. There are more shell companies, more fraud. This goes deeper than we thought." The news kept rolling in throughout the day. Joseph's empire crumbled hour by hour. Former employees spoke out about suspicious practices. Business partners distanced themselves. His reputation, built on lies, dissolved like smoke. That evening, as Clara prepared dinner and Wyatt taught me his favorite video game, my phone lit up with a text from Joseph. "You've destroyed everything I built. I hope you're happy." I showed it to Clara, who read it and laughed bitterly. "He still doesn't get it, does he? He destroyed everything himself. We just exposed the truth." "Taylor?" Wyatt asked, pausing our game. "Are you staying for dinner?" I looked at Clara, who smiled and nodded. "Of course she is. She's family now." Family. The word hit me hard. In trying to tear down Joseph's perfect fake life, I'd somehow built something real, something honest. My phone buzzed one last time. Regina. "Just saw the latest news. Joseph's facing additional charges for tax evasion. They're saying he might never get out of prison. Are you okay?" I looked at Wyatt, showing me his game moves, and Clara humming as she cooked dinner. Then I thought of Tommy's empty room at home, still waiting to be cleared out, but not yet. Not until I was ready. "I'm okay," I texted back. "Better than okay. I'm healing." And for the first time since Tommy's death, it wasn't a lie. 6 months after Joseph's arrest, I stood in the courthouse corridor with Clara and Wyatt, waiting for the sentencing hearing to begin. Joseph had pleaded guilty to multiple charges of fraud, embezzlement, and money laundering in exchange for a reduced sentence. You don't have to do this, Clara said, straightening Wyatt's tie. Neither of you do. Yes, we do, Wyatt replied, sounding older than his 10 years. I want him to see us. Regina approached, holding a stack of papers. They're ready for us. Taylor, are you sure about making a victim impact statement? I nodded, clutching the folded pages in my hand. I'd rewritten my statement dozens of times, trying to capture the magnitude of Joseph's betrayal in words. The courtroom fell silent as we entered. Joseph sat at the defendant's table in an orange jumpsuit, a far cry from his designer suits. He turned as we walked in, his eyes widening at the sight of Wyatt. All rise, the bailiff called. The proceedings moved quickly. Prosecutors detailed the extent of Joseph's crimes. Over $12 million stolen, 2 families deceived, countless lives affected. His lawyer spoke of remorse, of mental health issues, of the pressure to maintain 2 perfect lives. Then it was my turn. Your Honor, I began, my voice steady. 6 months ago, I buried my 8-year-old son. While he was dying, his father was living another life, playing soccer dad to another little boy. Tommy spent his last Christmas in the hospital. Joseph told me he was at a business conference. He was actually decorating a Christmas tree with his other family. I looked directly at Joseph. But this isn't just about Tommy. This is about every lie, every moment stolen from both families. While Clara attended parent-teacher conferences alone, believing her husband was working late, he was having dinner with me. While I sat through chemotherapy appointments alone, he was cheering at Wyatt's soccer games. Joseph wouldn't meet my eyes. Good. The money he stole doesn't matter to me. What matters is the time he stole. Time Tommy could have had with his father, time Clara could have spent building an honest life, time Wyatt could have had with a dad who wasn't living a lie. Clara spoke next, her voice trembling but determined. For 10 years, I believed I had the perfect marriage. Now I know it was built on fraud. My son's college fund was stolen money. Our house was bought with embezzled funds. Every memory is tainted. Then, unexpectedly, Wyatt stood up. Your Honor, he asked, can I say something? The judge leaned forward, considering, then nodded. My dad missed my last 3 soccer games before he got arrested, Wyatt said clearly. I was sad about it, but now I know he missed them because he was supposed to be with Tommy, who was really sick. He chose not to be there for either of us. Joseph finally broke, calling out, Wyatt, please. Mr. McDonald, the judge warned, you'll have your chance to speak. When Joseph's turn came, he stood slowly. Your Honor, I never meant to hurt anyone. I loved both my families. I couldn't choose. I couldn't let go. So instead you let my son die alone, I interrupted, earning a sharp look from the judge. 25 years, the judge announced after deliberation, with no possibility of parole for 18 years. Additionally, all assets will be seized and redistributed to the victims. As the gavel fell, Joseph called out again, Taylor, Clara, please just let me explain. But we were already walking out, Wyatt between us, heading toward a future that didn't include Joseph's lies. Outside the courthouse, reporters waited with cameras and questions. But before we could navigate through them, Wyatt tugged on my sleeve. Can we go to Tommy's grave? He asked quietly. I made something for him in art class. Clara squeezed my hand. We can take my car. At the cemetery, Wyatt placed a carefully crafted clay dinosaur beside Tommy's headstone. I made it green because Taylor said that was his favorite color. It's perfect, I whispered, watching as Wyatt traced Tommy's name with his finger. Mom, he asked Clara, can we put up a swing set in our new backyard? Taylor said Tommy really liked swings. Clara smiled through her tears. Of course we can. And Taylor can help us build it, Wyatt continued, since she's going to be living next door and everything. The decision to buy the house next to Clara's had been impulsive, but right. The money from Joseph's seized assets had made it possible, a small justice in the grand scheme of things. My phone buzzed. Regina. Just heard from the prosecutors. They found 2 more offshore accounts. There's going to be another trial. But watching Wyatt arrange his dinosaur just so, while Clara took pictures and the autumn leaves fell around us, I realized I didn't care about more trials or hidden money. Tell them to handle it, I texted back. I'm done looking backward. Ready to go home? Clara asked, putting her arm around Wyatt. Home. Not to an empty house full of memories and lies, but to a street where Wyatt would ride his bike between our houses, where Clara and I would share coffee on weekend mornings, where healing could finally begin. Yeah, I said, taking one last look at Tommy's grave. We're ready. The moving truck pulled away from my Seattle house for the last time. Regina helped me pack the last box into my car while Alina carried Tommy's dinosaur collection, carefully wrapped in bubble paper. You're sure about this? Alina asked, not for the first time. A familiar SUV pulled into the driveway. Clara and Wyatt, right on schedule. Wyatt bounded out, wearing his dinosaur backpack. Is that all of them? Can I see? Let's wait until we get to the new house, I said, ruffling his hair. These guys need to be unpacked carefully. I still can't believe you're moving to Portland, Regina said, hugging me tight. Who's going to help me terrorize cheating husbands now? I heard that, Clara called out, laughing. And technically, she's moving to Lake Oswego, right next door to a very nosy neighbor who makes excellent coffee. The drive to Portland felt different this time. No surveillance, no secret missions, no burning rage. Just the open road and possibility ahead. Wyatt rode with me, chattering about his plans for Tommy's dinosaurs. We can make a special shelf in the game room, he explained. That way when I come over to play video games, it'll be like Tommy's playing too. My throat tightened. That's perfect. At the new house, Clara had already set up a welcome party. Regina and Alina helped unpack while Wyatt supervised the dinosaur placement with scientific precision. Mail came, Clara said, handing me an envelope. From the prison. Joseph's handwriting. I'd received several letters since the sentencing, all returned unopened. This one felt different. You should read it, Clara said softly. We both should. Inside was a single page. Taylor and Clara, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I need you to know I'm getting help here. Real help. The psychiatrist says I have narcissistic personality disorder. It doesn't excuse what I did, but maybe it explains some of it. I think about Tommy every day. About how I failed him when he needed me most. About how I failed both of you and Wyatt. The therapist asked me to write down my biggest regret. It's not the fraud or the lies. It's missing Tommy's last Christmas for a fake business trip. It's checking my phone at his funeral because I was too scared to feel the pain. I've signed papers giving up all parental rights to Wyatt. Clara, you can proceed with the adoption process for Taylor. It's the least I can do for my son. Give him a parent who shows up, who puts him first, who knows how to love without lying. Don't write back. Just know I'm sorry. Know I'll spend every day in here trying to understand why I destroyed the best things in my life. Joseph. Clara wiped her eyes. The adoption papers came yesterday. Mom, Taylor, Wyatt called from upstairs. Come see, we finished the dinosaur shelf. We found him in the game room, standing proudly before a perfectly arranged display. Tommy's T-Rex held center position, surrounded by the rest of the collection. Below it, Wyatt had placed the clay dinosaur he'd made for Tommy's grave. See, he pointed. I left space for new ones too. Because families grow, right? That's what you said, Mom. Clara pulled him close. That's right, honey. The doorbell rang. More visitors. Gwendolyn arrived with housewarming wine, followed by Connor with pizza. Soon the house was full of laughter and conversation. Speech, Regina called out, raising her glass. The hostess has to make a speech. I looked around the room. At Regina, who'd helped me uncover the truth. At Gwendolyn, who'd brought it to light. At Alina, who'd supported me through the darkness. At Clara, who'd turned from victim to sister. At Wyatt, who'd shown me love could grow even from lies. When Tommy died, I began, I thought that was the end of my story as a mother. Then I discovered Joseph's lies, and I thought revenge would write the next chapter. But standing here now, I gestured to the dinosaur shelf, where Tommy's collection watched over us all. This isn't about revenge anymore. It's about healing, about building something true from something false, about choosing family instead of fury. To family, Wyatt shouted, raising his soda can. To family, everyone echoed. Later, after the guests left and Wyatt fell asleep playing video games, Claire and I sat on the back porch of our adjacent houses, sharing the last of Gwendolyn's wine. What do we do with his letter? Clara asked. I thought about Joseph in his cell, finally facing his demons. About Tommy, who'd loved dinosaurs and never got to share them with his brother. About Wyatt, who'd turned loss into love with a child's simple wisdom. "We let it go," I said. "We've got better stories to write now." Inside, Wyatt stirred. "Mom, Taylor, can we have pancakes tomorrow?" Clara smiled. "With dinosaur shapes?" "Obviously," he called back. I looked at the two houses, connected by more than just proximity. At the dinosaur shelf visible through the game room window. At the future we were building, one pancake breakfast at a time. "Obviously," I echoed, and felt Tommy's memory smile.
The Mother's Day brunch spread before me was picture perfect. Fresh mimosas, eggs Benedict, and a bouquet of peonies that probably cost more than most people's weekly grocery bill. My mother-in-law Reagan had outdone herself, as usual, but the envelope sitting next to my plate made my stomach turn. I'm Natalie, and this was the moment my husband and his mother decided to serve me divorce papers alongside my French toast. "We thought it would be best to do this privately," Stuart said, his perfectly manicured hand gesturing toward the envelope. "As a family." I picked up my mimosa, buying time as I studied their faces. Stuart's practiced concern, Reagan's barely concealed satisfaction. 6 months ago, this scene would have destroyed me. Now I felt nothing but cold amusement. "On Mother's Day?" I asked, my voice steady. "That's an interesting choice." Reagan leaned forward, her designer bracelet clinking against the marble table. "Darling, we know this is difficult, but Stuart needs to move forward with his life. You understand, don't you?" I understood perfectly. I understood the late-night phone calls Stuart thought I didn't know about. I understood the offshore accounts they believed were untraceable. I understood exactly how long they'd been planning this. "Of course," I smiled, reaching for the envelope. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Stuart shifted uncomfortably. "The terms are very generous, Natalie. The house in the Hamptons, a substantial settlement." "The house you mortgaged last month?" I interrupted, watching his face pale slightly. "Or did you mean the one that's currently under investigation for tax fraud?" The mimosa glass in Reagan's hand froze halfway to her mouth. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" I pulled out my phone, sending a quick text to Viviana. "It's happening. Start phase 2. Then I looked up at their increasingly worried faces. "You know what's funny about Mother's Day?" I mused, carefully unfolding the divorce papers. "It makes you think about family, legacy, the future." I paused, letting my words sink in. "Like that trust fund you set up for Stuart when he was born, Reagan. The one you've been using as collateral for those risky investments." Stuart's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. "What are you talking about?" I gently removed his hand, remembering all the times I'd flinched from his touch before. "Not anymore. You really should have paid more attention to those documents I was filing for you all these years. Being the dutiful wife had its advantages." "You had no right," Reagan started, her voice shrill. "I had every right," I cut her off. "Just like you had every right to plan this ambush, just like Stuart had every right to sleep with his secretary while I was undergoing fertility treatments. We all make choices, don't we?" The silence that followed was deafening. Outside, birds chirped in the garden Reagan had spent a fortune maintaining. Inside, her perfect Mother's Day brunch was crumbling faster than the scones on our plates. "Whatever you think you've done," Stuart began, his lawyer voice emerging, "we can fix it." I stood up, smoothing my dress. "Like you fixed our marriage? Or like you fixed those investment reports for the SEC? I picked up my purse, feeling lighter than I had in years. "Check your phones." On cue, both their phones buzzed. I watched as they read the messages, their faces draining of colour. Somewhere across town, Callie was working her magic, executing the final steps of our plan. "You'll regret this," Reagan hissed, her perfectly maintained facade cracking. I walked to the door, then turned back for one final look. "No, I won't. But you will." "Happy Mother's Day, Reagan. I hope it was everything you wished for." As I walked to my car, my phone buzzed with a message from Viviana. "Done. They won't know what hit them until it's too late." I smiled, starting the engine. They thought they were so clever, planning to blindside me on Mother's Day. They never suspected I'd been 3 steps ahead of them for months. While they plotted my exit, I'd been quietly orchestrating theirs. The irony wasn't lost on me. They'd chosen Mother's Day to end things, not knowing they'd given me the perfect opportunity to launch my counterattack. As I drove away from Reagan's pristine mansion, I thought about how fitting it was. They wanted to make this about family. Fine. They were about to learn that family ties could strangle as easily as they could support. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Harley, a name I hadn't seen on my screen in years. Heard you might need a friend. Coffee tomorrow? Perfect timing, as always. Because while Stuart and Reagan's world was about to implode, mine was just beginning to expand. And this was only the first course of the feast I'd prepared for them. The coffee shop buzzed with Monday morning energy as I sat across from Harley, watching his face change while I recounted the previous day's events. His beard was new, but his eyes still held that same warmth I remembered from college. "So let me get this straight," he said, leaning forward. "They tried to ambush you with divorce papers on Mother's Day, not knowing you'd already dismantled their financial empire." I stirred my latte, remembering the look on Stuart's face. They thought I was just the trophy wife who handled his paperwork. Funny how people see what they want to see. "When did you first realize something was wrong?" "Remember those fertility treatments I mentioned?" I took a sip of coffee. "I found receipts for jewelry I never received while I was still injecting hormones into my stomach. Then came the late-night business meetings and deleted text messages." Harley's hand tightened around his cup. "What a piece of work." "Oh, it gets better," I said. "Last Christmas, Reagan gave me this condescending speech about how some women just aren't meant to be mothers. 2 days later, I overheard her on the phone with Stuart's lawyer, planning the divorce strategy." "That's when you started planning?" I nodded. "I called Viviana that night. She connected me with Callie, who knows more about digital forensics than any lawyer I've met. We found everything. The affairs, the hidden accounts, the fraudulent investments." My phone buzzed. A message from Viviana. "Stuart just tried to access the offshore account. Should see the fireworks any minute now." Right on cue, my phone started ringing, Stuart's number flashing on the screen. I showed it to Harley before declining the call. "Aren't you going to answer it?" "No need. He's discovering that his emergency funds aren't quite where he left them." I smiled. Amazing what you can do with the right passwords and a power of attorney. "Natalie?" Harley hesitated. "I'm all for justice, but are you sure about this? It sounds like you're walking a fine line." "Everything I did was legal," I assured him. "Stuart gave me access to everything while he was busy with his distractions. I just moved things around a bit. Invested in some high-risk ventures he'd approved months ago. Changed some passwords he really should have updated." My phone buzzed again. Reagan this time. I sent it to voicemail. "Besides," I continued, "they're the ones who committed fraud. I just made sure there's a paper trail leading right to them." Harley whistled low. "Remind me never to get on your bad side." "You know what the worst part was?" I said, surprising myself with the emotion in my voice. "Last month, when I was setting everything in motion, Stuart actually bought me flowers. Said he was sorry for being distant. Promised we'd try again for a baby soon. He looked me right in the eyes and lied, knowing he was planning to serve me divorce papers." "Jesus," Harley muttered. My phone lit up with a text from Callie. "The bank just froze their accounts. Fraud investigation officially launched." "That's my cue," I said, standing up. "I should head to the lawyer's office. Things are about to get interesting." Harley stood too, hesitating before speaking. "Listen, I know this is terrible timing, but would you want to have dinner sometime?" "Just as friends," he added quickly. "Sounds like you could use one right now." I looked at him, really looked at him. Harley had always been the decent one, the one who'd tell you the truth even when it hurt. The opposite of everything Stuart had turned out to be. "I'd like that," I said. "But fair warning, I'm about to become the talk of the town. Stuart's not going to go down quietly." "I can handle some drama," he smiled. "Besides, sounds like you've got all the power in this situation." Another call from Stuart lit up my phone. This time I answered. "Where is it?" he demanded, panic clear in his voice. "What did you do with the money?" "I invested it," I said calmly, watching Harley's eyes widen. "Just like you always wanted me to." "Oh, and Stuart, you might want to call your mother. The bank's looking for both of you." I hung up, feeling Harley's gaze on me. Still want to have that dinner? I asked. He grinned. More than ever. Anyone who can make that man sound scared is someone I want to know better. As we walked out of the coffee shop, my phone buzzed with a message from Viviana. Reagan's at the bank having a meltdown. Want to grab lunch and watch the show? I texted back quickly. Save me a seat. This is just the beginning. Looking up, I caught Harley watching me with a mixture of admiration and concern. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Maybe a little, I admitted, but they started this war. I'm just making sure I finish it. Viviana's downtown loft had become our unofficial war room. She sat cross-legged on her leather couch, laptop balanced on her knees, while Callie paced behind her, rattling off updates. The SEC is definitely interested now, Callie said, her fingers flying over her phone. Those creative investment reports Stuart filed last quarter, they're finding all sorts of irregularities. Show her the email, Viviana urged, turning her laptop toward me. I leaned forward, reading the panicked message from Lucia, Stuart's business partner. What the hell is going on? The auditors are everywhere. Stuart isn't answering his phone. Please tell me we're not in trouble. Poor Lucia, I mused. She actually thought Stuart was honest with her. Speaking of honest, Callie stopped pacing. Your mother-in-law tried to access her private account in the Caymans this morning, the one she thought nobody knew about. And? Let's just say the balance isn't quite what she remembered, Callie smirked. Amazing how quickly money can disappear when it's invested in non-existent companies. My phone buzzed. Another message from Stuart. We need to talk, please. I can explain everything. He's been calling all morning, I told them, declining the call. Reagan too. They're getting desperate. Viviana closed her laptop. Are you ready for phase 3? Once we release those emails to the board, do it, I nodded. They deserve to know what kind of man they made CEO. Callie's phone chimed. Her eyes widened. Oh, this is good. Stuart just tried to book a flight to Buenos Aires. First class. One way. Running already? Viviana laughed. That was faster than we expected. He won't get far, I said. The FBI flag on his passport should be active by now. The doorbell rang, making us all jump. Viviana checked her security camera and grinned. Look who finally got our location. Reagan's face appeared on the screen, her usually perfect makeup slightly smeared. She was pressing the buzzer repeatedly. Natalie! Her voice crackled through the intercom. I know you're in there. We need to talk. I walked to the window, peering down at the street. Stuart was there too, pacing beside his Mercedes, running his hands through his hair. Should we let them stew a bit longer? Viviana asked. No, I decided. It's time they understood exactly what they're dealing with. I pressed the intercom. Come on up, Reagan. Bring Stuart too. Let's have that family meeting you're so fond of. Minutes later, they burst into the apartment. Stuart looked like he hadn't slept, his designer suit wrinkled. Reagan's hands were shaking. What have you done? She demanded. Do you have any idea what you've started? I learned from the best, I replied calmly. Isn't this what you taught Stuart? Take what you want, consequences be damned. The board is asking questions. Stuart cut in. Serious questions, about everything. They're talking about a formal investigation. How unfortunate, I said. Almost as unfortunate as serving your wife divorce papers on Mother's Day while she's still grieving failed IVF treatments. Reagan stepped forward. We can fix this. Whatever you want, money, the house, anything. Just stop whatever you're doing. That's the problem, I said. You still think this is a negotiation. It's not. It's consequences. Callie's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and smiled. The board just called an emergency meeting. Apparently, someone sent them some very interesting emails about certain creative accounting practices. Stuart's face went ash white. You didn't. Actually, I did. And that's just the beginning. The offshore accounts, the shell companies, the fraudulent investments, it's all coming out now. You'll go down with us, Reagan threatened. You were involved in everything. Was I? I picked up a folder from the coffee table. Because according to these documents, I was just following orders, documenting everything carefully. Every signature, every instruction, every transfer, all authorized by you two. Stuart lunged for the folder, but Viviana was faster, stepping between us. "Don't," she warned. "Copies are already with the authorities." "Why?" Stuart's voice cracked. "Why do this?" "Because you thought I was stupid," I said simply. "Because you thought I was weak. Because you thought you could discard me like I meant nothing. How does it feel to be on the other side?" Reagan grabbed her son's arm. "We're leaving. Our lawyers will be in touch." "Good luck finding ones who'll work for free," Callie called after them, "since your accounts are frozen." After they left, Viviana poured us all wine. "That went well. Too well," Callie said. "They'll try something else." "Let them," I replied, taking a sip. "Everything they try will just dig their hole deeper." My phone lit up with a text from Harley. "Still on for dinner tonight?" Looking at my friends, then at my phone, I smiled. For the first time in years, I felt truly powerful. "Ladies, I believe I have a date to prepare for." The restaurant Harley chose was nothing like the pretentious places Stuart preferred. String lights twinkled above the outdoor patio, and the smell of authentic Italian food wafted through the air. I was halfway through explaining the financial web I'd woven when Callie's urgent text arrived. "Turn on the news. Now." I pulled out my phone and Harley moved his chair closer to watch. The local news was running a breaking story about Stuart's company, complete with footage of FBI agents walking through the corporate headquarters. "Sources say the investigation involves allegations of widespread fraud," the reporter announced. "CEO Stuart Bailey and several board members are being questioned." "Holy shit," Harley whispered. "That's happening right now?" Before I could answer, my phone exploded with notifications. Lucia was calling. I put it on speaker. "Natalie." Her voice was shaking. "They're saying Stuart used company funds for personal investments. Tell me you didn't know about this." "Lucia, remember when you asked me to review those investment reports last year? The ones Stuart said were routine?" "Oh, God," she breathed. "The signatures, the transfers. It was all him." "Check your email," I said. "I sent you everything you'll need to protect yourself. Show it to the investigators." After hanging up, I looked at Harley. "Still want to have dinner with the woman who just helped take down a Fortune 500 CEO? He reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "More than ever. But maybe we should order some wine first." The waiter had just brought our bottles when Viviana called. "Reagan just tried to access her safety deposit box," she reported. "The one with all the jewelry." "Let me guess. Empty. Better. The bank manager called the police when she started screaming about theft. Turns out some of those pieces were purchased with embezzled funds." I couldn't help but smile. "How's that karma tasting, Reagan?" "There's more," Viviana continued. "Stuart's secretary finally talked. She told the board everything about their affair, including the trips they took using company money." Harley whistled low. "You really thought of everything, didn't you?" "I had 8 months to plan while they thought I was just their obedient little puppet," I said, taking a sip of wine. "Amazing what you can accomplish when people underestimate you." My phone buzzed again. A news alert. Stuart's face filled the screen as he was led out of his office building, his perfect suit wrinkled, his hands behind his back. I should feel bad about this, I mused, watching the footage. But all I can think about is how he looked at me across that Mother's Day brunch table, so smug, so sure of himself. "You're not responsible for his choices," Harley said firmly. "He did this to himself." Another text from Callie. "Reagan's being detained for questioning. Something about tax evasion and hidden assets. Want me to send you the security footage from the bank?" "Save it for later," I texted back. "I'm actually having a nice evening for once." Looking up, I caught Harley studying me. "What?" "You're different from college," he said, "stronger. But you haven't lost your heart. That's rare." Before I could respond, a familiar voice cut through the restaurant's ambient noise. "You vindictive bitch!" Reagan stood at the patio entrance, mascara streaking down her face. Several diners turned to stare. "Is this what you wanted?" she shouted. "To destroy everything we built?" I set down my wineglass carefully. "You mean everything you stole? Everything you lied about? Please, Reagan, tell me more about what you built." "My son is facing criminal charges because of you." Your son is facing criminal charges because he committed crimes, I corrected. I just made sure people noticed. Harley stood up, positioning himself between us. Ma'am, I think you should leave. Stay out of this, Reagan snapped. This is family business. No, I said, standing too. This stopped being family business when you and Stuart decided to ambush me on Mother's Day. Now it's justice. The restaurant manager appeared, security guard in tow. Is there a problem here? No problem, I smiled. Mrs. Bailey was just leaving. I believe the police are waiting to continue their conversation with her. Reagan's face contorted, but the security guard's presence convinced her to back down. As she was escorted out, she turned back one last time. This isn't over, she threatened. Actually, it is, I called after her. Check your phone. The trust fund documents just went public. Turning back to Harley, I found him trying not to laugh. I'm so sorry about this. Are you kidding? This is the best first date I've ever had. He raised his wine glass. To Karma. I clinked my glass against his, watching Reagan's retreat through the window. To Karma. And to new beginnings. My phone lit up with another news alert, but this time I ignored it. Stuart and Reagan's world was imploding exactly as planned, but right now I had better things to focus on. The morning headlines screamed across every news channel, CEO arrested in massive fraud scheme. I sat in my lawyer's office watching Stuart's perp walk replay on loop while his attorney squirmed in his expensive chair. My client is willing to be generous, the attorney said, sliding a document across the desk. In exchange for your cooperation with his defense. I picked up the paper, making a show of reading it slowly. $5 million to say I acted alone? That's what Stuart thinks I'm worth now? $10 million, the attorney corrected. Plus the house in the Hamptons. My lawyer, Diana, barely contained her smirk. I think what my client means is, go to hell. My phone buzzed. Lucia was calling again. I excused myself to take it. The board voted, she said without preamble. Stuart's out. They're naming me interim CEO. Congratulations, I said. How's the damage control going? Better now that we've found all the hidden accounts. The SEC is being surprisingly understanding given our cooperation. She paused. Thank you, Natalie, for warning me before it all exploded. Back in the office, Stuart's attorney was getting desperate. Think about your future, Mrs. Bailey. This offer won't last forever. Neither did my marriage, I replied, sitting down. But unlike Stuart, I planned for that. Diana pulled out another folder. Now, about those offshore accounts my client discovered. The attorney's face paled. What offshore accounts? The ones Reagan set up in the Cayman Islands, I said sweetly. The ones she's been using to hide money from the IRS for, about 20 years now? My phone lit up with a text from Callie. Reagan just got picked up by the FBI. Want to watch the live stream? If you'll excuse me, Stuart's attorney gathered his papers hastily. I need to consult with my client. After he left, Diana turned to me. You really aren't going to take the deal. Why would I? I have everything I need. I showed her my phone where another text from Harley had appeared. Dinner tonight. Promise no angry mothers-in-law this time. A commotion in the hallway drew our attention. Reagan's voice carried through the door. I demand to see her. She can't hide in there forever. Diana raised an eyebrow. Should I call security? No need, I said, opening the door. Come on in, Reagan. Let's talk about those jewelry pieces you reported stolen. Reagan stormed in, followed by her own harried-looking attorney. Her designer outfit was wrinkled, her hair unkempt. You think you're so clever, she spat, turning everyone against us, making us look like criminals. You made yourselves look like criminals, I corrected. I just showed people where to look. Stuart is in jail because of you. Stuart is in jail because he committed fraud. The fact that it happened right after you both tried to blindside me, that's just, what did you call it? Karma? Reagan's attorney stepped forward. Mrs. Bailey, we're prepared to offer... Save it, I cut him off. I'm not interested in deals. I'm interested in justice. Justice? Reagan laughed hysterically. You call this justice? Destroying our family? Family? I stood up, feeling years of anger finally surface. You want to talk about family? How about when you convinced Stuart to delay having children because it would hurt his image? Or when you told him to serve me divorce papers on Mother's Day because it would show strength? I was protecting my son. You were protecting your lifestyle, I corrected, and now you've lost both. My phone buzzed again. Viviana this time. Turn on the news. They found Reagan's secret vault. I held up my phone, showing Reagan the breaking news. Her face went ashen. That's private property, she stammered. Was private property, I corrected. Now it's evidence. Her attorney grabbed her arm. Mrs. Bailey, we need to leave. Now. As they hurried out, Diana turned to me. You know they'll keep trying to make deals. Let them try, I said, gathering my things. I didn't do this for money. I did it because they needed to learn that actions have consequences. My phone lit up with another message from Harley. Just saw the news. You okay? I smiled, typing back. Better than okay. Finally free. Walking out of the office, I passed the wall of TVs in the lobby, all showing Stuart's arrest and Reagan's meltdown at the bank. A year ago, I would have been devastated by all this. Now, watching their carefully constructed world crumble, I felt nothing but peace. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from Stuart's number. Please, I'm sorry, I'll do anything. I deleted it without responding. He'd had his chance to do the right thing. Now he could live with the consequences, just like he'd planned for me to do. Harley's beach house was exactly what I needed. Simple, peaceful, and far from the media circus my life had become. We sat on his deck watching the sunset while my phone continuously buzzed with updates about Stuart's case. Your story's trending again, he said, glancing at his own phone. They're calling you the corporate revenge queen. Lovely, I muttered, taking a sip of wine. Just what I always wanted to be famous for. My phone rang, Viviana's ringtone. You need to see this, she said when I answered. Stuart's giving a press conference from jail. I pulled up the live stream. Stuart stood in an orange jumpsuit, looking nothing like the polished CEO he'd once been. My wife, he was saying, his voice breaking perfectly on cue. She's not well. The stress of our fertility treatments affected her judgment. She misunderstood normal business practices. Oh, hell no. I cut the stream off. He's not pinning this on me. He's desperate, Harley said. The evidence is overwhelming. My phone exploded with text from Callie. Don't worry. Just leaked the emails proving he ordered every transaction, plus some choice messages to his secretary. His credibility is shot. The deck door slid open and Lucia stepped out, holding a fresh bottle of wine. She'd driven down to escape the press, too. The board's releasing a statement, she said, showing us her tablet. Full support for the investigation, zero tolerance for fraud, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and they're making my position permanent. Congratulations, I raised my glass. First female CEO. That must be killing Stuart. Speaking of killing, Lucia sat down. Reagan tried to access the company jet. Apparently, she was planning a spontaneous vacation to a non-extradition country. How'd that work out for her? Harley asked. About as well as you'd expect. FBI picked her up at the airport. My phone buzzed again. Diana this time. Stuart's attorney called. They're doubling the offer. 20 million now. Still not interested, I texted back. You know, Lucia mused, for someone who just orchestrated the biggest corporate takedown of the year, you seem remarkably calm. Because it's over, I said. They can offer all the money they want. They can try to spin it however they like. The truth is already out there. Harley's hand found mine under the table. What's next for the corporate revenge queen? Before I could answer, a familiar car pulled into the driveway. Reagan stepped out, looking nothing like her usual polished self. You've got to be kidding me, Harley stood up. How did she find us? Probably followed me, Lucia admitted. She's been hanging around the office. I squeezed Harley's hand. It's okay. Let her come up. This needs to end. Reagan climbed the deck stairs, clutching her designer bag like a shield. Natalie, please. 5 minutes. Your son already tried to blame me for his crimes, I said. What's your angle? No angle. She looked close to tears. I'm here to beg. Stuart's facing 20 years. 20 years, Natalie. He's my only child. Should have thought about that before you helped him commit fraud. We can fix this, she pleaded, together, as a family. Family? I laughed. You served me divorce papers on Mother's Day, while I was still recovering from failed IVF. That's not family, Reagan. That's cruelty. I was wrong, she whispered. We were wrong, please. The time for pleading was before you tried to destroy me, I said. Now it's too late. My phone lit up with breaking news. CEO's mother charged with tax evasion, money laundering. I held up the phone so she could see. Your car's being watched, by the way. FBI's probably already on their way. As if on cue, 2 black SUVs pulled up behind her car. You could have had everything, Reagan said, her voice breaking. We would have given you anything. That's the difference between us, I replied. I never wanted your things. I wanted respect. And now I have it. The FBI agents were climbing the stairs now. Reagan straightened her shoulders, trying to salvage some dignity. Mrs. Bailey, one agent said, you need to come with us. As they led her away, Lucia raised her glass. To karma. To new beginnings, Harley added, pulling me closer. My phone buzzed one last time, a message from Stuart. I understand now. I'm sorry. For everything. I deleted it without responding and turned my phone off. The sun was setting over the ocean, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. For the first time in years, I felt completely at peace. So, Harley said softly, about that what's next question. I smiled, leaning into him. The future was wide open, and for once I was exactly where I wanted to be. The courthouse buzzed with energy as I took my seat in the witness stand. Stuart sat at the defense table, his expensive suit hanging loose on his frame, while Reagan watched from the gallery, her face drawn and pale. Mrs. Bailey, the prosecutor began, please tell the court about the morning of May 14th. Mother's Day, I said, my voice clear and steady. My husband and mother-in-law served me divorce papers over brunch. And what happened next? I revealed that I knew about their fraudulent activities, the offshore accounts, the embezzlement, the tax evasion. Stuart's attorney jumped up. Objection, speculation. Overruled, the judge said. Continue. I detailed everything. The paper trail, the hidden accounts, the carefully documented evidence of their crimes. Stuart wouldn't meet my eyes, but Reagan stared at me with undisguised hatred. My phone vibrated silently in my pocket, probably Harley, who'd promised to wait outside. The prosecutor held up a document. Can you identify this email? Yes, I said. Stuart sent it to me last year, instructing me to transfer company funds to a shell corporation. And did you comply? I documented everything and reported it to the SEC. Stuart's attorney stood again. Your Honor, my client maintains that his wife acted without his knowledge. Really? I interrupted, pulling out my phone. Should we play the voicemail where you specifically instructed me how to hide the transfers? The courtroom erupted in whispers. Stuart's face went white. I have it right here, I continued, along with recordings of every conversation where you and Reagan planned this whole thing. The judge called for order as Stuart leaned over to his attorney, speaking urgently. The prosecutor smiled. No further questions, Your Honor. During the recess, Viviana and Callie found me in the hallway. You should see Twitter, Callie grinned, showing me her phone. A corporate revenge queen is trending worldwide. The press is having a field day, Viviana added. They're calling it the perfect karma story. Lucia appeared, looking official in her CEO attire. Board meeting just ended. We're officially cutting all ties with Stuart and implementing new anti-fraud measures. Speaking of Stuart, Callie nodded toward the end of the hall. Incoming. Stuart approached, flanked by his attorney. He looked older, defeated. Natalie, he said softly, can we talk? Everything I have to say to you I said on the stand. Please, he stepped closer. What we did, what I did, I know now how wrong it was. Wrong? I laughed. You tried to destroy me on Mother's Day, after everything we went through with the IVF treatments, after all the lies, the affairs, the manipulation. I'll plead guilty, he offered. Take full responsibility. Just help my mother. She doesn't deserve prison. Like I didn't deserve what you both did to me. I shook my head. You still don't get it, do you? This isn't about revenge anymore. It's about justice. His attorney pulled him away as Reagan approached, her designer outfit replaced by something more subdued. I raised him better than this, she said quietly. No, I corrected her. You raised him to think he could take whatever he wanted. Consequences be damned. Well, these are the consequences. The bailiff called us back into court. As we filed in, my phone lit up with a message from Harley. No matter what happens, I'm proud of you. The judge cleared his throat. Before we continue, I understand the defense has an announcement. Stewart's attorney stood. Yes, Your Honor. My client wishes to change his plea to guilty. The courtroom exploded in chaos. Reagan let out a sob. I sat perfectly still watching as Stewart signed the plea agreement. The defendant will be remanded into custody pending sentencing, the judge announced. As for Mrs. Bailey Sr., given the evidence presented, Reagan stood shaking as the judge ordered her immediate arrest. As the bailiffs approached her, she turned to me one last time. I hope you're happy, she spat. You've destroyed everything. No, I replied calmly. You did that yourselves. I just made sure everyone saw the truth. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed shouting questions. Harley appeared at my side, taking my hand. Ready to face the cameras? He asked. Actually, I smiled, I have something better in mind. I turned to Lucia. Remember that women's shelter we discussed? She nodded. The one you wanted to fund with your settlement money. Let's announce it now. Show everyone that this was never about revenge. It was about turning something ugly into something beautiful. As we stepped toward the microphones, my phone buzzed one last time. A message from Stewart. You won. I hope it was worth it. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I faced the cameras and began to speak about new beginnings, about turning pain into purpose. Because in the end, the best revenge wasn't just winning, it was thriving. The women's shelter gleamed in the morning sun, its newly renovated facade a testament to second chances. As I cut the ribbon at the grand opening, camera flashes caught the moment that transformed my revenge into something meaningful. The Phoenix House, I announced to the gathered crowd, because everyone deserves a chance to rise from the ashes. Harley squeezed my hand as reporters shouted questions. Mrs. Bailey, any comment on your ex-husband's sentencing? Is it true your former mother-in-law is seeking a plea deal? I stepped up to the microphone. Today isn't about them. It's about turning pain into purpose. Every woman who walks through these doors will find what I eventually found, strength, support, and a path forward. Lucia appeared at my side, elegant in her CEO attire. The company's charitable foundation is proud to announce a permanent endowment for Phoenix House, ensuring its services will continue indefinitely. My phone buzzed. A message from the prison warden. I'd been avoiding this moment, but it was time. Go, Harley whispered. I'll handle things here. The prison visiting room was cold and sterile. Stewart sat behind the glass, orange jumpsuit hanging loose on his frame. I picked up the phone. You look well, he said. You don't. I saw the shelter opening on TV. He paused. It's good. What you're doing. Is that why you asked me here? To approve of my choices? No. He pressed his hand against the glass. I asked you here because I finally understand what we did to you. What I did. It wasn't just cruel. It was cowardly. Save the epiphany, I said. You had years, to be honest. I know. But watching you turn everything around, helping others instead of destroying them like I would have. He shook his head. You're stronger than I ever was. My phone lit up with a text from Viviana. Reagan took the plea deal. 5 years, minimum security. Your mother's going to prison, I told him. She finally ran out of schemes. Good, he said, surprising me. Maybe she'll learn something, like I am. Are you? Learning something? Yeah, he smiled sadly. I'm learning that karma isn't just about punishment. It's about balance. You could have destroyed everything, but instead you built something new, something better. The guard signaled time was almost up. I'm not asking for forgiveness, Stewart said quickly. I don't deserve it. I just wanted you to know that you won in the best possible way. I stood up. Goodbye, Stuart. Outside, Harley waited in the car. You okay? Better than okay, I said, showing him my phone. Callie had sent a photo of the first family moving into Phoenix House, a mother and daughter escaping their own story of betrayal. Back at the shelter, Viviana and Callie were organising the donation room. The support's been overwhelming, Viviana reported. Companies keep calling, wanting to help. Speaking of help, Callie grinned, guess who's been trying to donate anonymously? Reagan's sister. Apparently she's mortified by the whole scandal. Accept it, I decided. This place is about breaking cycles, not perpetuating them. My phone rang. Lucia again. Board meeting just ended. They want to expand Phoenix House nationwide. Your stories inspired people, Natalie. They want to be part of the change. Harley pulled me aside as the others discussed expansion plans. Remember our first date, when you said this was about justice? I remember. You were wrong, he smiled. It was about transformation. Look around, you didn't just get justice, you created hope. A commotion at the front desk caught our attention. A woman stood there, clutching a small suitcase, her eye badly bruised. I saw the story on the news, she said quietly. About rising from the ashes. I walked over, taking her hand. Welcome to Phoenix House. Let's talk about your fresh start. My phone buzzed one final time, a news alert about Stuart's case. I deleted it without reading. The past was finished. The future was walking through our doors. Ready to change another life? Harley asked. I looked around at the shelter, at my friends, at the woman seeking refuge, and finally at Harley, my unexpected second chance at love. You know what? I smiled. I think I'm ready to change them all. Because in the end, the best revenge wasn't just about winning or even thriving. It was about taking the worst moment of your life and using it to create someone else's best moment. That's not karma. That's transformation. And transformation, unlike revenge, has no end point. It just keeps spreading, one phoenix at a time.
I used to measure my worth by the number of times my family called for help. Yesenia, can you pick up Mum's prescriptions? Yesenia, I need a ride to work. Yesenia, can you watch the kids? I was their rock, their solution to every problem, their eternal safety net. Until the day I became the problem. My name is Yesenia, and I never thought I'd be sitting in a doctor's office alone, gripping the armrest so hard my knuckles turned white, hearing words that would shatter my world. The tests came back positive. It's stage 2 breast cancer. Dr. Marshall's voice faded into a distant hum as I stared at the pamphlets on his desk. The same desk where I'd sat countless times with my mother, translating her symptoms into English, or with my sister Vienna during her pregnancy scares. Now it was my turn, and the chair beside me was empty. Do you have someone we can call? Dr. Marshall asked, his pen hovering over his notepad. My family, I said automatically, reaching for my phone. They'll want to know. My hands trembled as I dialed Vienna's number first. She answered on the 4th ring, the sound of her kids screaming in the background. Yessie, I'm kind of busy right now. I'm at the doctor's, I cut in, my voice cracking. It's cancer. The background noise suddenly died. Oh my God, she whispered. Are you sure? Stage 2 breast cancer. Let me call you back, she interrupted. Isaiah just got here and Mum's waiting for us to pick her up for lunch. I'll call you later, okay? The line went dead before I could respond. That evening, they all showed up at my apartment. Mom, Vienna, and Isaiah. They brought casseroles I didn't ask for and worried looks that didn't quite reach their eyes. We'll help however we can, Mum said, arranging the food in my fridge. But you know I can't drive you to appointments. My arthritis. I've got the kids, Vienna added quickly. And work. But maybe on weekends. Isaiah shifted uncomfortably. My new job's really demanding, sis, but I'll try to check in when I can. I nodded, smile frozen in place, already seeing the shape of things to come. Within weeks, their promises evaporated like morning dew. My calls went to voicemail. Text messages received brief, delayed responses. Sorry, busy. Can't today. Maybe next time. The final blow came 6 weeks later. I was sitting in my hospital room after my first round of chemo, violently ill and desperately alone. Through the thin curtain, I heard familiar voices in the hallway. I can't keep doing this, Vienna was saying. The kids need me. Work needs me. She's becoming such a burden. I know, Mum replied softly. But what can we do? She's always been the strong one. She'll figure it out. Maybe we should look into some kind of facility, Isaiah suggested. You know, where they handle these things. I pressed my hands against my mouth, muffling the sob that threatened to escape. These were the same people I'd dropped everything for countless times. The same sister whose children I'd watched while she pursued her career. The same brother whose rent I'd covered during his finding himself phase. The same mother whose medical appointments I'd never missed. A nurse found me an hour later, still crying. Her name tag read Sarah, and she had kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. Honey, she said, checking my IV, sometimes family isn't who you're born to, but who shows up when you need them most? I wiped my eyes with the scratchy hospital tissue. I don't have anyone else, she smiled, pressing a flyer into my hand. There's a support group that meets here every Tuesday. Cancer survivors and fighters supporting each other. Give it a try. I stared at the paper, my vision blurring. I don't know. What's the worst that could happen? She squeezed my shoulder. You're already alone, aren't you? That night, I lay in my empty apartment, surrounded by the evidence of my family's gradual disappearance. Unanswered messages, cancelled plans, hollow promises. The flyer sat on my nightstand, a beacon in the darkness. As I drifted off to sleep, my sister's words echoed in my head. Such a burden. I'd spent my whole life being the family anchor, and now they'd cut me loose to drown. But maybe, just maybe, that nurse was right. Maybe it was time to find out who would actually show up when I needed them most. Little did I know, that support group flyer would become my lifeline, and the beginning of something much bigger than my family could ever imagine. The hospital basement wasn't exactly welcoming. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I followed the hand-drawn signs to Room B14 Cancer Support Group. My steps echoed in the empty corridor, each one screaming at me to turn back. First time? A warm voice startled me. A tall man with kind eyes and a shaved head stood by the door, holding a stack of paper cups. I'm Aaron. I lead this little band of warriors. I'm Yesenia, I managed, tugging self-consciously at my headscarf. The nurse upstairs, Sarah. She suggested I come? Ah, Sarah, our best recruiter. He grinned, gesturing toward the room. Come on in. We're just getting started. The circle of chairs wasn't full. Maybe 10 people total. A young woman with vibrant tattoos covering her arms caught my eye and waved enthusiastically. New blood, she called out. Come sit by me. I'm Callie. I settled into the metal folding chair, clutching my purse like a shield. Aaron took his place in the circle, balancing a coffee pot on his knee. Welcome, everyone, he began. We have a new friend today. Yesenia, would you like to share? My throat tightened. I don't... Hey, no pressure, Callie interrupted, shooting Aaron a look. When I first came here, I couldn't say a word. Just cried for 3 meetings straight. A few knowing chuckles rippled through the group. Someone passed me a tissue box. Stage 2 breast cancer, I finally said. Diagnosed 6 weeks ago. Support system? Aaron asked gently. I stared at my hands. Not anymore. Family? Bailed? Callie's voice was sharp. When I nodded, she snorted. Welcome to the club, honey. My husband left 2 weeks after my diagnosis. Said he couldn't handle it. My kids stopped calling, an elderly woman added, too busy with their lives to deal with a sick mother. That's why we're here, Aaron said, pouring coffee into cups. Sometimes the family you choose is stronger than the family you're born into. The meeting continued, stories flowing freely, tales of triumph, of fear, of rage, of hope. No platitudes, no toxic positivity, just raw, honest truth. Afterward, Callie caught up with me in the parking lot. Hey, wait up. Give me your phone. What? Your phone. You're not doing this alone anymore. She grabbed my iPhone, typing quickly. There. Now you have my number. Text me anytime. Day, night, whatever. We cancer bitches gotta stick together. I smiled, my first genuine smile in weeks. Thanks. First chemo next week? Second, actually. Tuesday at 9. Perfect, I'll be there. I'm getting my infusion at 10 anyway. She saw my surprise and shrugged. Nobody should sit through that alone. True to her word, Callie showed up on Tuesday, armed with magazines, snacks, and a portable DVD player. Trust me, hospital TV sucks. As the drugs dripped into my veins, we watched bad reality shows and shared stories. She told me about her ex-husband, how he'd packed his bags while she was still in the hospital. But look at me now, she said, flexing her tattooed arm. Each new piece of ink marks another milestone. This phoenix? That's from when my hair grew back. The lotus? First clean scan. You make it sound so manageable. It's not. It's hell. But you know what's worse? Letting those who abandoned us win. She leaned forward, eyes intense. They expect us to disappear, become invisible, to be their burden and fade away. Screw that. The nurse came to check my vitals, frowning at my elevated heart rate. Everything okay? Never better, I said and meant it. That night, my phone buzzed with a group text. Callie had added me to something called Cancer Warriors Squad. Messages poured in, welcome notes, emoji hearts, offers of help. Need a ride to appointments. I'm free most mornings. Maria. Got some headscarves I'm not using anymore? Different colours? Jen. Movie night this Saturday at my place. No sad films allowed. Callie. I was typing a response when another text came through. From Vienna. Hey, sis. Sorry I've been busy. How are you? For the first time, I didn't immediately reply. Instead, I turned back to the group chat, where Callie was organising a schedule for chemo buddy sessions. Count me in, I typed, and I'm never becoming invisible again. The responses were immediate. Hell yeah! That's our girl! Aida, welcome to the family. I set my phone down, looking around my apartment. The space that had felt so empty now seemed full of possibility. My old family might have walked away, but something told me this new one wasn't going anywhere. And neither was I. You did what? Callie's voice echoed through my kitchen as she rummaged through my cabinets, replacing my processed foods with organic alternatives. 2 months had passed since my first support group meeting, and she'd appointed herself my unofficial health guru. I blocked their numbers, I repeated, watching her work. All of them. Mom, Vienna, Isaiah. About damn time. She set down a bag of quinoa with unnecessary force. How long has it been since any of them actually showed up? 6 weeks? Mum sent a thinking of you text last month. Vienna keeps posting on Facebook about how hard it is having a sick sister. Callie rolled her eyes. Yeah, must be really tough for her, posting sympathy bait while she's at brunch. The doorbell rang, interrupting our conversation. Aaron stood there with Maria and 2 other women from the group, all carrying containers of food. Meal train delivery, Maria announced, pushing past me into the kitchen. We've got enough to fill your freezer for the next 2 weeks. You guys didn't have to? Shut up and accept the love, Callie called from the kitchen. That's rule number 1 of Cancer Warriors Squad. As they unpacked the food, I noticed Aaron hanging back, watching with a slight smile. Penny, for your thoughts? I asked, or just remembering when Callie first joined the group, he said. Angry, scared, wouldn't let anyone help her. Now look. I followed his gaze to where Callie was demonstrating proper food storage techniques to Maria, her tattoos catching the afternoon light. She told me her story yesterday, I said. About her ex-husband, her old friends? Aaron nodded. She lost everything, or so she thought. Then she built something better. He turned to me. That's what you're doing too, you know. Before I could respond, Callie clapped her hands. Squad meeting! Living room now! We gathered on my mismatched furniture, a collection of pieces donated by group members when they learned I'd sold most of mine to cover medical bills. Okay, so I had this idea, Callie began, practically vibrating with excitement. You know how the hospital's annual charity gala is coming up? Maria groaned. That stuffy thing where rich people pretend to care? Exactly. But what if we did our own event? Something real, something that shows what cancer actually looks like. Not just the sad commercials and pink ribbons, but the people who show up and the people who don't. The room went quiet. Aaron leaned forward. What are you thinking? A charity event, but honest. Stories from survivors, fighters, families who stepped up, resources for people going through it alone. Callie turned to me. Yesenia could be our keynote speaker. Me? I squeaked. I'm not even done with treatment. That's exactly why it should be you. You're living it right now. The good, the bad, the people who disappeared, and the family you found instead. And your old family? Maria asked quietly. Would you invite them? The question hung in the air. I thought about my mother's excuses. Vienna's performative social media posts. Isaiah's complete silence. Yes, I said finally. Let them see what they walked away from. Let them see who showed up instead. Callie whooped, jumping up to hug me. That's my girl. Aaron, you know people at the hospital, right? Can you help us get space? I might know someone in event planning, he said, pulling out his phone. Let me make a call. As the group buzzed with excitement, planning and delegating tasks, I felt something shift inside me. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about transformation. What should we call it? Maria asked. Never invisible, I said without hesitation. Because that's what they wanted us to be, isn't it? Invisible burdens they could ignore? Callie's eyes welled up. Damn right. And look at us now. We're practically glowing. That evening, after everyone left, I sat in my living room, surrounded by evidence of their care. Organised cabinets, full freezer, event plans scribbled on notepads. My phone buzzed with a Facebook notification. Vienna had posted another status about her brave sister's battle. I opened my laptop and began typing. Dear Vienna, Mom, and Isaiah, you're invited to an event I'm organising. I attached the preliminary flyer Callie had designed, complete with my name listed as keynote speaker. Then I added, I hope you can make it. I have some things to say about family, about showing up, and about becoming visible again. Love, Yesenia. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. Then I opened the group chat. Email sent. No turning back now. The responses flooded in immediately. We've got you. They won't know what hit them. Time to shine, warrior. For the first time since my diagnosis, I felt truly powerful. They tried to make me disappear, but instead I was about to become impossible to ignore. The venue's too small, Meki said, pacing the hospital conference room. As the event director, he'd taken our modest proposal and transformed it into something bigger than any of us had imagined. We've got twice the RSVPs we expected. How many? I asked, looking up from my draft speech. 300 and counting. Local news wants to cover it. 2 cancer research foundations called this morning about sponsorship. He ran a hand through his close-cropped hair. Yesenia, this isn't just an event anymore. It's becoming a movement. Callie burst through the door, waving her phone. You're trending. I'm what? Your story. Someone shared it on Twitter, and it's exploding. Look. She thrust her phone at me. My email to my family had somehow leaked online, along with Vienna's social media posts about her brave sister. The contrast between her words and actions had struck a nerve. My family abandoned me during cancer is trending, Meki read over my shoulder. The responses... I scrolled through them, my hand shaking. This happened to me too. Never invisible. Where can I donate to this event? Someone, please, tell me when and where this is happening. Oh God, I whispered. What have we started? Something necessary, Aaron said from the doorway. He entered with a stack of papers. The hospital board just approved moving the event to the main auditorium. They're waiving all fees. My phone buzzed. A text from Vienna. Just saw your email and the Twitter trend. What are you trying to prove? Before I could respond, another message appeared from Mum. Why are you doing this to us? We're your family. Don't answer them, Callie said firmly, taking my phone. Save it for the speech. Meki cleared his throat. Speaking of the speech, we should work on that. The media attention means every word will matter. We spent the next 3 hours crafting my message. No accusations, no bitterness, just truth. Raw, unfiltered truth about abandonment, about finding strength in unexpected places, about redefining family. Read that last part again, Meki said, his eyes intense. I picked up the paper. Family isn't measured by blood or birth certificates. It's measured by who shows up when the world goes dark. It's measured by who stays when staying gets hard. Sometimes, the family you find loves you better than the family you were given. That's it, he whispered. That's the heart of everything. A knock at the door interrupted us. A reporter from the local news station stood there with a cameraman. We heard about what you're doing, she said. Would you be willing to do an interview? I looked at my support squad. Callie nodded encouragingly. Aaron gave a thumbs up, and Meki stepped forward with his event planner smile. Give us 10 minutes to set up, he said professionally. During those 10 minutes, my phone exploded with notifications. Isaiah had finally broken his silence with a long text about how I was tearing the family apart. 3 of my aunts called to ask why I was airing dirty laundry. Vienna posted another status about forgiveness and understanding. You don't have to do this, Aaron said quietly as the camera crew set up. We can stop now. I thought about all the others like me, sitting alone in hospital rooms, checking phones that never ring, watching families walk away. Yes, I do, I replied. Not just for me anymore. The interview was surprisingly easy. The words flowed naturally as I described the isolation, the support group, the unexpected family I'd found. I didn't bash my biological family. I simply told the truth about their choices and the consequences. And what do you hope people take away from your event? The reporter asked. That invisible doesn't mean gone, that abandoned doesn't mean broken, that sometimes the best families are the ones we build ourselves. After they left, Meki showed me the event's registration page on his laptop. The numbers were still climbing. We're going to need more chairs, he said, but his smile was proud. And Yesenia, you're going to need a better outfit than that hospital gown. Shopping trip, Callie declared. Cancer Warriors Squad, assemble! As they discussed outfit options and camera angles, my phone buzzed one more time. A text from my mother. Please don't do this. We can work this out privately. I showed it to Callie, who snorted. Little late for privacy now. They had their chance to show up. Now they get to watch you shine. Looking around the room at my new family, Callie with her fierce loyalty, Aaron with his quiet strength, Meki with his unwavering support, I realized something. I wasn't just planning an event anymore. I was leading a revolution of the forgotten, the abandoned, the ones who refused to disappear. And we were just getting started. The coffee shop was neutral territory, public enough to feel safe, private enough for the conversation I'd been dreading. Vienna sat across from me, stirring her latte with mechanical precision, her designer purse positioned like a barrier between us. You look, she paused, searching for words, different. Cancer does that, I replied, touching my headscarf, a vibrant blue one Callie had given me. Among other things. Mom's upset, you know, she can barely sleep. Funny how my cancer didn't keep her up, but this does. Vienna flinched. That's not fair. We were all dealing with it the best we could. By not dealing with it at all. A text lit up my phone. Callie. You okay? Need backup? I'm 5 minutes away. I smiled, typing back. I'm good. Standing my ground. Who's that? Vienna asked, peering at my phone. One of your new friends? Family, I corrected. The ones who showed up. We're your family, Yesenia. Your real family. The barista called out another order, filling the awkward silence between us. I watched Vienna's perfectly manicured fingers drum against her cup. Why are you really here? I asked finally. The event, she said. It's all over social media. People from church are asking questions. Mum's friends are calling. Even Isaiah's boss saw the interview. Embarrassing for you, I imagine. It's not about embarrassment, she leaned forward. It's about privacy. About handling things within the family. Privacy? I laughed, drawing looks from nearby tables. Like your Facebook posts about your brave sister's battle while you ignored my calls? That kind of privacy? I was trying to show support. You were performing support. There's a difference. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through screenshots. Let's see. March 15th. Watching my sister fight this terrible disease is breaking my heart. That was the day I begged you to drive me to chemo. You said you were too busy. I had the kids. April 3rd. Family is everything during times like these. That was when Mum told the hospital staff not to call her anymore because it was too stressful. Stop it, Vienna whispered. May 1st. Sometimes the strongest people face the hardest battles. Posted right after Isaiah suggested putting me in a facility because I was too much to handle. What do you want from us? Her voice cracked. Nothing anymore. That's the point. I stood up, gathering my things. The event isn't about exposing you. It's about showing others like me that disappearing isn't the only option. We'll be there, she said quickly. All of us. We'll show everyone we support you. No, I replied. You'll show everyone what you lost. My phone buzzed again. Meki this time. Emergency event meeting. Big sponsors want to talk. I have to go, I told Vienna. My family needs me. The walk to my car felt longer than usual. When I reached it, I found Callie leaning against the driver's side door. Couldn't stay away, could you? I asked. Nope. How'd it go? About what you'd expect. They're coming to the event? Good. Her smile was fierce. Let them see what real support looks like. At the hospital, Meki and Aaron were waiting with news that made my head spin. 3 major cancer research foundations wanted to partner with us. A national morning show wanted to feature our story. This is bigger than we imagined, Aaron said, spreading papers across the conference table. Your story touched something in people. The abandoned, the forgotten, they're all coming forward. We've got stories pouring in, Meki added. People wanting to share their experiences, offering to help, asking how they can start their own support networks. My phone buzzed yet again. Mum this time. Please reconsider what you're doing. We can fix this. Callie read the message over my shoulder and snorted. Little late for fixing, isn't it? Way too late, I agreed, putting my phone away. So what's next? Next, Meki said, pulling up a presentation on his laptop. We show them exactly what they walked away from. Not just you, all of us, every person who was told they were too much, too difficult, too sick to love. The Warrior Squad goes national, Callie added with a grin, looking at their eager faces. My real family, my chosen family. I felt stronger than I had in months. The cancer was still there, still fighting, but so was I. And I wasn't fighting alone anymore. Let's do it, I said. Let's show them all what invisible looks like in the spotlight. The room erupted in cheers and hugs. As we began planning the expanded event, I realized Vienna was right about one thing. I was different now. I was visible, I was powerful, and I was loved. Just not by the people who should have loved me first. The hospital auditorium hummed with energy. Hundreds of people filled the seats, many wearing blue scarves like mine. Our symbol had caught on faster than we'd expected. Camera crews lined the back wall, and volunteers wearing never invisible t-shirts guided latecomers to their seats. 5 minutes, Meki called from backstage, where I paced in my new blue dress. Yesenia, stop walking. You'll wear out your shoes before you even get out there. They're here, Callie announced, peeking through the curtain. Front row, looking uncomfortable as hell. I didn't need to ask who she meant. How do they look? Like people who just realised they backed the wrong horse. Your mum keeps fixing her hair, Vienna's on her phone, and Isaiah looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Aaron appeared with a bottle of water. Remember what we practiced. You're not speaking to them. You're speaking to everyone else in that room who knows what it feels like. Speaking of which, Meki interrupted, you need to see this. He led me to a side curtain and gestured to the audience. Mixed among the crowd were dozens of people holding up small signs. Abandoned by husband of 20 years. My children stopped calling. Parents said I was too much trouble. They're all here for you, Callie whispered. For us. The stage lights dimmed, and Meki gave me a gentle push. That's your cue. Show them what visible looks like. My heels clicked against the stage as I approached the podium. The spotlight felt warm on my face, and for a moment, everything went quiet. Then I saw them. My mother's forced smile, Vienna's nervous fidgeting, Isaiah's averted eyes. My name is Yesenia, I began, my voice steady. 6 months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, but that's not really what this story is about. The audience leaned forward as I continued. This is a story about what happens when the people who should love you most decide you're too difficult to love. It's about what happens when family becomes a performance rather than a presence. I saw Vienna's phone drop into her lap, but mostly, it's a story about what happens when you refuse to disappear. I gestured to the side stage, where Callie and the others waited. When I was at my lowest, strangers became family. When my blood relatives stepped back, warriors stepped forward. The audience erupted in applause as my support group members joined me on stage, Callie with her vibrant tattoos, Aaron with his gentle smile, Maria with her warm eyes, and dozens more. Look around this room, I continued. Every person here has a story about abandonment, about being told they're too much, too sick, too needy, but we're done being invisible. More applause, more people standing, signs raised higher. To those who walked away, our parents, children, spouses, friends, we want you to see what you left behind. We're not bitter. We're not broken. We built something better. My mother's hand covered her mouth. Isaiah shifted in his seat. We created a family that shows up, that stays, that understands love isn't convenient. It's a choice you make every single day, especially on the hard days. Callie stepped forward, taking my hand. One by one, others joined us, forming a line across the stage. This is what invisible looks like, I said, gesturing to our group. This is what happens when you leave people behind. We find each other. We lift each other up. We shine. The audience rose in a standing ovation. Through tears, I saw Vienna trying to clap while wiping her eyes. Mom sat frozen, staring at the stage. Isaiah looked like he wanted to sink through the floor. But it wasn't about them anymore. After the speech, people lined up to share their stories, to hug, to join our growing network. News crews interviewed survivors and supporters. Foundation representatives discussed expanding the program nationwide. You did it, Meki said, appearing at my side with a tissue. You actually did it. We did it, I corrected, watching Callie organise a group photo of survivors. All of us. Through the crowd, I saw my family making their way toward me. But before they could reach me, I was surrounded by my real family. The ones who chose me, who showed up, who stayed. Ready to face them? Aaron asked quietly. I looked at the warriors around me, my true family, my chosen strength, and smiled. I already have. Everything else is just details. As my mother called my name across the crowded room, I turned instead to a young woman holding a sign that read, "Just diagnosed, feeling alone." "Come meet my family," I said, taking her hand. "Trust me, you'll never be invisible again." Behind me, I heard my mother's voice fade into the crowd, drowned out by the sound of something much more powerful, the voice of those who refused to disappear. "Yesenia, please." My mother's voice cut through the post-event chaos. She stood at the edge of our group, looking smaller than I remembered. "We need to talk." Callie stepped closer to me, her protective instinct kicking in, but I touched her arm. "It's okay. I've got this." I followed my mother to a quiet corner of the auditorium. Vienna and Isaiah joined us, forming a familiar semicircle that once meant family, but now felt like a tribunal. "That speech," Mum began, wringing her hands. "Those things you said were true," I finished on every word. "We didn't mean to," Vienna started. "To what?" I interrupted. "To skip every chemotherapy appointment? To ignore my calls? To discuss putting me in a facility when you thought I couldn't hear?" Isaiah flinched. "We were scared. So was I." The force of my voice made them step back. I was terrified. I needed my family. Instead, I got Facebook posts and empty promises. "We're here now," Mum pleaded, "because it's convenient, because it's public, because people might judge you if you're not." I gestured to the crowd behind me. "Look at them. Really look. Every person here knows what it feels like to be abandoned by the people who should have loved them most." Vienna's eyes filled with tears. "We do love you." Love isn't a feeling, Vienna. It's not a social media post or a greeting card. It's showing up, it's staying, it's choosing someone even when it's hard. Like they did. Isaiah nodded toward my support group, who were pretending not to watch from a distance. Exactly like they did. Strangers who became family because my family became strangers. Mom reached for my hand, but I stepped back. "What do you want from us?" "Nothing," I said softly. "That's what you don't understand. I don't want anything from you anymore. I'm not angry, I'm not bitter, I'm just free." "Free," Vienna's voice cracked. "Free from waiting for your calls. Free from making excuses for your absence. Free from believing I needed you to be whole." A commotion near the stage drew our attention. A young woman was sharing her story, her voice carrying across the room. "My husband left me 3 months into treatment. Said he didn't sign up for this. Today is the first day I don't feel ashamed of being sick." That's what this is about, I told my family. Not revenge, not punishment. It's about showing people they don't have to disappear just because someone decided they were too difficult to love. But we're still your family, Mum insisted. No, I said gently. You're my relatives. There's a difference. Family are the people who show up when showing up matters. As if on cue, Callie appeared at my side. Sorry to interrupt, but the news crew needs you for the final segment. They want to film the support group together. I turned back to my mother, sister, and brother. They stood frozen, a portrait of too little, too late. I have to go, I said. My family needs me. Yesenia, wait, Vienna called out. Can't we fix this? I paused. Some things, once broken, don't get fixed. They get rebuilt into something stronger. Walking away from them felt like setting down a heavy weight I'd carried for too long. Callie squeezed my hand as we joined the others. You okay? She whispered. Better than okay, I replied, watching my biological family retreat through the crowd. I'm free. The news crew positioned us near the Never Invisible banner. Aaron stood at the centre, surrounded by survivors, supporters, warriors. As the cameras rolled, he spoke about the future. Support networks spreading nationwide, resources for the abandoned, community for the isolated. And it all started with one woman, he said, pulling me forward, who refused to disappear. The crew caught it all. The hugs, the tears, the promises to stay connected. They filmed as we exchanged phone numbers with new members, as Callie showed off her latest tattoo, Never Invisible in flowing script, as Meki discussed plans for the next event. Later, as we cleaned up the auditorium, I found a note on the podium. I recognised my mother's handwriting. We're sorry, we were wrong. If you ever want to try again. Callie read it over my shoulder. What are you going to do? I folded the note and slipped it into my pocket. Keep moving forward. They had their chance to be my family. Now it's time to be family to someone else who needs it. As if to punctuate my words, a small group of newly diagnosed patients approached, looking nervous but hopeful. Is it true, one asked, that we can join your family? I opened my arms, remembering my first support group meeting, remembering what it felt like to find home in unexpected places. Welcome to the Warriors, I said. You're visible now, and you always will be. The hospital corridor felt different now. No more echoing loneliness, no more cold, fluorescent despair. I walked toward Dr. Marshall's office with Callie on one side and Aaron on the other, their presence steady and sure. Last scan, Callie said, squeezing my hand. You've got this. The waiting room was filled with familiar faces, support group members who'd shown up just to sit with us. Maria brought coffee. Meki took a break from planning our next event to be here. Even Sarah, the nurse who'd first handed me that life-changing support group flyer, stopped by to check in. Yesenia, Dr. Marshall called, his smile warm. Ready? Inside his office, he pulled up my scans on the screen. The same screen where I'd first seen the cancer that changed everything. I held my breath. Clear, he said simply. Complete remission. The cheers from outside his office told me everyone had been eavesdropping. The door burst open, and suddenly I was surrounded by hugs, tears, and laughter. Party at my place, Callie announced. Everyone's coming. Wait, I said, pulling out my phone. There's something I need to do first. I opened my messages and typed, Mum, Vienna, Isaiah, I'm cancer-free. Thank you for showing me exactly what I didn't need in my life. I forgive you not for you, but for me. I hope you've learned something about love and presence. If not, that's okay too. I found my real family. Sent it? Aaron asked. I nodded, putting my phone away. Now, let's celebrate. Callie's apartment was packed. Someone had already hung a Cancer-Free Queen banner, and the walls were covered with photos from our events and meetings. In one corner, a young woman who'd just started treatment was getting advice from a survivor. In another, Makey was showing off plans for our expanding support network. "Look what came today," Aaron said, handing me a thick envelope. Inside was official documentation. Never Invisible was now a registered non-profit organisation. We had funding, sponsors, and chapters starting in 3 other cities. From one support group in a hospital basement, I marvelled, to this. "Speaking of which," Callie interrupted, climbing onto a chair and clinking her glass. "Everyone, shut up! Our warrior queen has an announcement." All eyes turned to me. These faces, some still bearing the marks of treatment, others showing the scars of survival, all shining with love and strength, had become more than friends. They were the family I chose, the ones who chose me back. When I first walked into that basement support group, I began, I thought I was alone. My biological family had decided I was too much work, too much trouble, too much everything. But you showed me that being too much just means you haven't found the people who can handle all of you. Cheers and applause filled the room. So, today, standing here cancer-free, I'm not just celebrating survival, I'm celebrating discovery. I discovered that family isn't about blood, it's about choice. Every day we choose each other. Every day we show up. Every day we prove that invisible isn't our story. "Preach!" someone shouted. "Starting next week, I'm becoming a full-time advocate for Never Invisible. We're going to find every person who's been abandoned during illness, every fighter who's been told they're too much, every warrior who needs a family. And we're going to show them what real support looks like." The room erupted. Callie jumped down from her chair to hug me, her latest tattoo, a phoenix rising, visible on her arm. My phone buzzed. A text from Vienna. "We miss you. We're sorry." "Can we try again?" I showed it to Callie, who snorted. "What are you going to say?" Looking around the room at my chosen family, at the love that filled every corner, at the strength that flowed between us, I knew my answer. "Nothing," I said, putting my phone away. "I'm done looking backward. There are too many people ahead who need us." As if to prove my point, a new member raised her hand. "I got diagnosed yesterday. My husband left this morning. I don't know what to do. Come here," I said, opening my arms. The room shifted to include her, dozens of warriors ready to support another fighter. "Welcome to the family," we said in unison. And in that moment, surrounded by the people who chose to love me when love mattered most, I realized something profound. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you leads you to the best people you'll ever know. We were never invisible. We just needed to find the right eyes to see us. And now we shine.
I unlocked the door to my apartment, the familiar scent of vanilla and lavender fabric softener washing over me like a warm hug. Home. After 3 weeks away for a work conference, all I'd wanted was this moment, my space, my sanctuary, my little corner of calm in this chaotic city. "Sid, you're back?" Michaela's voice rang from the kitchen, followed by the soft padding of sock-covered feet on hardwood. I was about to order dinner. Starving? God, yes. I dropped my suitcase by the door, rolling my shoulders to release the tension of travel. I could eat a horse. Michaela appeared in the doorway, her blonde hair piled high in a messy bun, oversized sweater hanging off one shoulder. My roommate of 3 years and closest friend since college. The person who'd kept our apartment alive while I was gone. "I got your favourite wine," she sing-songed, disappearing back toward the kitchen. "And Blair's coming over later. She wants all the conference dirt." I smiled, trailing her through our apartment. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. The mismatched furniture we'd collected from thrift stores, the gallery wall of concert tickets and travel photos, the permanent dent in our couch from countless movie nights. "You're suspiciously chipper," I called after her, dropping onto a bar stool at our kitchen island. "What happened while I was gone?" Did you finally get that promotion? Michaela turned, 2 glasses of Cabernet in hand, her smile faltering just slightly. Something flickered behind her eyes, so quick I almost missed it. Nothing major, she said, sliding a glass toward me. Just glad you're home. Missed my partner in crime. I took a long sip, letting the wine warm me from the inside. Well, the conference was brutal. 16-hour days pitching to clients who couldn't tell a marketing strategy from a grocery list. But you killed it, right? You always do. I think so. My boss seemed impressed. I ran my finger along the edge of my glass, though I'm still not sure it was worth missing Thanksgiving with my family. Michaela's phone buzzed on the counter. She glanced at it, then flipped it face down with unusual quickness. Everything okay? I asked. Just work stuff, she waved dismissively. So tell me everything. Any conference hookups? Drunken embarrassments? Office gossip? We fell into our familiar rhythm, laughing over wine as I recounted stories from my trip. But something felt off. Michaela kept checking her phone when she thought I wasn't looking. Her laughter seemed rehearsed, her questions automatic rather than engaged. When Blair arrived an hour later, the strange tension only intensified. Blair hugged me tight, her familiar perfume enveloping me. "Sydney, thank God you're back. I've been third-wheeling with this one for weeks," she said, nudging Michaela with her elbow. Michaela's laugh was too high, too sharp. "Third-wheeling?" I asked, looking between them. Blair's smile froze. "You know, with all her dates and stuff." "What dates?" I turned to Michaela, who was suddenly very interested in refilling her wineglass. "Just a few casual things," Michaela said lightly. "Nothing serious." Blair's eyes widened slightly, darting between us. "I thought you told her about—" "It's nothing," Michaela cut in. "Sydney just got home. Let's not bore her with my pathetic dating life." The conversation shifted, but the undercurrent remained. Something was happening that I wasn't privy to. I excused myself to unpack, needing a moment alone to shake the unsettled feeling crawling up my spine. In my bedroom, I dropped my suitcase on the bed and took a deep breath. Maybe I was overreacting. 3 weeks away had made me paranoid, that's all. I was tired from travel, imagining tension where there was none. I opened my closet to hang up my conference clothes and froze. Half the closet was empty. My winter sweaters, my favorite jeans, my collection of vintage concert t-shirts. Gone. Frowning, I checked my dresser drawers. Also half empty. Had Michaela moved my things? Was she using my closet while I was away? That's when I saw it. A white envelope on my nightstand, my name written in unfamiliar handwriting. I tore it open, my heart suddenly pounding. The first line made my blood run cold. Notice of lease termination and eviction. My eyes skimmed the legal jargon, catching phrases like 30 days notice and new tenant agreement. The date on the notice was from 2 weeks ago, while I was away. I stood there, letter trembling in my hand, as the apartment door opened and closed. Voices murmured, then footsteps approached my room. "Sydney?" Michaela called, knocking softly. "Everything okay?" I turned toward the door, the eviction notice clutched in my fist, as the truth crashed over me like ice water. "You're kicking me out of our apartment?" Michaela's face did something complicated. Surprise, guilt, then a forced neutrality that made my stomach turn. She pushed my door open wider, stepping into my half-empty room. "I was going to tell you tonight," she said, her voice unnaturally calm. "After you settled in." "Tell me what? That you're replacing me?" I held up the eviction notice, my hand shaking. "While I was away at a work conference? What the actual fuck, Michaela?" She sighed, leaning against my dresser like we were discussing a minor inconvenience. "It's not personal, Sid." "Not personal?" My voice cracked. "We've lived together for 3 years. We split the security deposit. We picked out this apartment together." Blair appeared in the doorway behind her, eyes wide. "I should probably go—" "No, stay," I said, suddenly desperate not to be alone with Michaela. "I'd love to hear if you knew about this too." Blair's silence was answer enough. "Great." I laughed, the sound brittle even to my own ears. "So everyone knew I was being kicked out except me." "Look, things changed while you were gone. Michaela said, crossing her arms. My cousin Isabella needs a place to stay. She just moved to the city and... And what? I'm suddenly disposable. You couldn't have called me. I texted you about it. No, you didn't. I grabbed my phone, scrolling frantically through our messages. Nothing about eviction, nothing about moving out. Just normal roommate check-ins and cat memes. I definitely texted you, she insisted. You must have missed it with all your conference stuff. The lie was so blatant it took my breath away. 3 weeks of messages and not one mentioned I was being kicked out of my own home. Show me, I challenged. Show me the text where you told me I needed to find a new place to live. Michaela's fingers flew over her phone screen, scrolling up and down. I can't find it right now, but I definitely sent it. Blair shifted uncomfortably. Maybe we should all take a breath. I don't need a breath, I snapped. I need answers. When am I supposed to be out? Where am I supposed to go? The notice gives you 30 days, Michaela said, not meeting my eyes. But Isabella's lease ends next week, so if you could be out by then. Next week? The room spun. Are you fucking kidding me? It's December. Do you know how hard it is to find an apartment during the holidays? You can stay with your brother, can't you? Michaela suggested, as if Robert and I had spoken in years. As if she didn't know exactly why we didn't. I grabbed the nearest object, a coffee mug from my nightstand, and hurled it against the wall. It shattered, the sound sharp and satisfying. Blair flinched. Michaela didn't. Get out of my room, I said, my voice dangerously quiet. After they left, I sank onto my bed, mind racing. Where would I go? How would I afford a new security deposit? Why would Michaela do this? I called my boss, explaining through tears that I needed an emergency personal day tomorrow. Then I texted Blair, need to talk, just you. Meet me for coffee tomorrow? Her response came quickly. Of course, 10 a.m. at Groundwork. Sleep evaded me. I scrolled through Michaela's social media looking for clues. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached posts from 2 weeks ago. Photos of her and a girl who looked strikingly similar to her, arranging furniture in what was unmistakably our living room. The caption read, "So excited to have my favourite cousin as my new roomie. Ours Isabella Ferguson. Family first." Comments flooded the post. OMG, your apartment is gorgeous. Cousin roomies are the best. What happened to Sydney? To that last comment, Michaela had replied, she decided to move on to bigger things. My throat closed up. She'd been planning this for weeks. While I was working 16-hour days, she was erasing me from our apartment, from her life. I threw my phone across the room. The next morning, I arrived at Groundwork Cafe early, eyes swollen, running on maybe 2 hours of sleep. Blair slid into the seat across from me, pushing over an extra coffee. I'm so sorry, Sid, she said immediately. I only found out last week when I stopped by and Isabella was there. Michaela told me you two had discussed it. She's lying. I wrapped my hands around the warm cup. She never said a word. Blair hesitated. There's something else you should know. My stomach dropped. What? Isabella isn't just staying temporarily. She's taking over your part of the lease, permanently. That's not possible. My name is on the lease. Blair's expression was pained. Not anymore. Michaela told the landlord you were moving out voluntarily. She forged your signature on the paperwork. The cafe noise faded to a dull roar in my ears. Forgery. That was illegal. That was criminal. How do you know this? I whispered. Isabella was drunk last weekend, bragging about how Michaela handled everything so she could move in. Blair leaned forward. Sid, this isn't just shitty roommate behaviour. This is premeditated. And I think I know why. She pulled out her phone, opened Instagram, and slid it across the table. There was Michaela, arm around Isabella, standing in front of a sleek office building. The caption made my blood freeze, celebrating my cousin's new marketing director position at Vertex Media. So proud. Vertex Media, my company's biggest competitor, the one that had been trying to poach our clients for months. She didn't just want you out of the apartment, Blair said quietly. She wanted you distracted, homeless, vulnerable. I stared at the photo, something dark and unfamiliar uncurling inside me. She has no idea who she's messing with, I said. I spent the next 3 days in a cheap hotel, burning through my savings while my mind raced with possibilities. The betrayal wasn't just personal, it was professional, calculated. My homelessness wasn't collateral damage, it was the point. You need to tell your boss, Blair said over the phone, if Isabella's trying to steal clients. Not yet. I paced the cramped hotel room. I need proof first. Otherwise, I'm just the unstable employee making accusations because my roommate kicked me out. What I didn't tell Blair was that I'd already started gathering evidence. I'd created a fake email account and reached out to Isabella, posing as a potential client who'd heard great things about her work at Vertex. Her eager response included a portfolio featuring marketing strategies suspiciously similar to ones I'd developed. But I needed more. Something concrete that showed Michaela's involvement. I checked my watch. 2:15 p.m. Michaela would be at her yoga class until 4. I knew her schedule better than my own, a fact she was counting on to avoid me while I moved out. Too bad for her, I had no intention of moving out quietly. 20 minutes later, I stood outside our apartment door, key in hand. My heart hammered against my ribs as I listened for any sound inside. Silence. I slipped the key in, half expecting it wouldn't work, that she'd changed the locks already. It turned smoothly. The apartment looked different. My books were gone from the shelves, replaced by decorative objects I'd never seen. The throw blanket my grandmother had knitted, removed. The kitchen island where I'd sat just days ago was covered with unfamiliar makeup products and fashion magazines. It was like I'd never lived here. I moved quickly to Michaela's room, guilt and righteousness warring in my chest. This wasn't breaking in. My name was still on the lease for 27 more days. Still, my hands trembled as I eased her door open. Her room was its usual organized chaos. Clothes draped over chairs, jewelry scattered across her dresser. I headed straight for her laptop sitting open on her desk. Password protected, of course. I tried the usual. Her birthday, her cat's name, our apartment number. Nothing worked. Think, Sydney, I muttered. What had changed in her life recently? Isabella. I typed in Isabella and hit enter. Password incorrect. Isabella NYC. The screen unlocked. Amateur, I whispered, opening her email. I found what I needed in minutes. An email chain between Michaela and Isabella spanning months. They'd planned everything. Isabella would get hired at Vertex. Michaela would help her access my client information. And in return, Isabella would help Michaela land a job there too. My eviction was timed perfectly with my biggest client presentations, ensuring maximum disruption to my work. I forwarded the emails to myself, then took screenshots for good measure. As I was closing the laptop, a text notification popped up on Michaela's phone, which lay charging nearby. Isabella. Did Sydney move her stuff out yet? My furniture arrives tomorrow. My throat tightened. Tomorrow. They expected me gone by tomorrow. I grabbed the phone, my fingers flying across the screen. Michaela. Not yet. Having trouble finding a place. Might need another week. The response came immediately. Isabella. Are you kidding? I can't stay in this Airbnb any longer. Get her out. Michaela. I'll handle it. I set the phone down, a plan forming. I needed time to secure my job, find a new place, and make Michaela pay for what she'd done. And now I knew exactly how to buy that time. I left the apartment as quietly as I'd entered, stopping at a hardware store on the way back to my hotel. That evening, I called Blair. I need a favor, I said. Can I crash at your place for a few days? Of course, she said immediately. But what happened to staying at the hotel? Change of plans. I smiled at the new key in my hand, an exact copy of our apartment key. I'm going to make Michaela's life difficult. Sydney? Blair's voice held a warning. What are you planning? Nothing illegal. Not technically true, but close enough. Just buying myself some time. The next morning I waited until I knew Michaela would be at work. Then I returned to the apartment with a small bag of supplies. It took less than 20 minutes to complete my task. removing the pins from the hinges of my bedroom door, then carefully replacing the door so it looked untouched. I sent a text to Michaela. Coming by to get the last of my things this afternoon. Left my key on the counter. Her response was immediate and cold. Fine. Be out by 5. I left an old key on the counter, not the new copy I'd made, and walked out, smiling to myself. At 6:30 p.m., my phone rang. Michaela. What did you do to the door? She demanded, voice tight with anger. What door? I asked innocently. Your bedroom door. It won't open, and Isabella's stuff is being delivered tomorrow. That's strange, I said. Must be stuck. Old building, you know how it is. Fix it, she hissed. I don't live there anymore, remember? You kicked me out. Sydney. You know what's interesting, Michaela? I cut her off. I found those emails between you and Isabella, the ones about stealing my clients. My boss found them interesting too. Silence stretched between us. You're bluffing, she finally said, but uncertainty wavered in her voice. Am I? Check your sent folder. I heard her breathing quicken. What do you want? 1 month, I said. I stay in the apartment for 1 more month while I find a new place. My bedroom remains mine, and you and Isabella stay the hell away from my clients. Or what? Or those emails go to Vertex's HR department, the landlord, and maybe even a lawyer. Forgery is a crime, Michaela. More silence then. Fine, 1 month. I hung up and leaned back against Blair's couch, the adrenaline of confrontation fading into something quieter, more painful. I'd won this round, but the victory felt hollow. I'd trusted Michaela completely. We'd shared holidays, secrets, inside jokes. How had I missed the snake beneath the smile? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Isabella. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I stared at the message, something cold and determined settling in my chest. No, Isabella had it backwards. She had no idea who she was dealing with. Living with your enemies is a special kind of psychological torture. The apartment that had once been my sanctuary became a battleground of passive-aggressive notes, icy silences, and territorial disputes over the refrigerator. Isabella had moved in despite the bedroom door issue, sleeping on the living room couch and making sure I knew about her discomfort with loud sighs and pointed comments whenever I passed through. Michaela barely acknowledged my existence, communicating exclusively through terse text messages even when we were in the same room. Fine by me. I had bigger concerns than their comfort. I'd shown the incriminating emails to my boss, who'd immediately put me on a special project away from client-facing work for my protection. Translation. I was being sidelined until they determined whether I was a liability. It's just temporary, my boss had assured me. Legal needs to review everything. A week into this fragile truce, I sat at my desk at work, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. My phone buzzed with a text from Blair. Any progress on apartment hunting? I sighed. Not yet. Everything's either a closet or a palace, nothing in between. Keep looking. Living with those two can't be good for your mental health. She wasn't wrong. Every night in that apartment felt like sleeping with one eye open. But I wasn't ready to retreat. Not yet. I'll be fine, I texted back. Meeting with HR today about the emails. Hopefully they'll take action against Isabella. Good luck. Drinks after? Definitely. The HR meeting went exactly as I'd expected. Lots of concerned nods, careful note-taking, and 0 concrete promises. We take these allegations very seriously, the HR director said, which I'd learned was corporate speak for, we're going to do nothing. By the time I met Blair at our favourite bar that evening, my frustration had crystallised into something harder, more determined. They're not going to do anything, I said, sliding into the booth across from her. Too messy, too complicated. They'd rather just keep me away from clients than risk a confrontation with Vertex. Blair pushed a gin and tonic toward me. I'm sorry, Sid. That's bullshit. It is what it is. I took a long sip, but I'm not giving up. What's your next move? I hesitated. Blair had been my rock through this nightmare, but even she might balk at what I was planning. I'm going to make Isabella mess up, I said carefully, publicly, professionally. Blair's eyebrows rose. How exactly? I've been creating a fake client profile, high value, exactly the kind of account Isabella would want to land. I'm going to approach her as this client, get her to pitch me, and then… Sydney, Blair set her drink down. That sounds like entrapment. It's not entrapment if she's already planning to steal clients. I'm just giving her the opportunity to show her true colours. Blair studied my face. This isn't like you. The Sydney I know doesn't play these kinds of games. The Sydney you knew didn't have her life blown up by people she trusted. My voice came out sharper than intended. Besides, what choice do I have? HR won't help. I'm being pushed out at work. I need to protect myself. I get that, but… Do you? I cut her off. Because from where I'm sitting, it seems like everyone's telling me to just roll over and take it, find a new apartment, let Michaela and Isabella win. That's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying? Blair reached across the table, her hand covering mine. I'm saying be careful. Don't become someone you'll hate just to get revenge. Her words hit harder than I wanted to admit. I pulled my hand away, suddenly needing space. I should go, I said, standing abruptly. Early meeting tomorrow. Sydney, wait. But I was already walking away, guilt and anger warring in my chest. The apartment was quiet when I got home. A note on the counter informed me that Michaela and Isabella were at a work event. Good. I needed the solitude. I opened my laptop and stared at the fake client profile I'd created. Blair's words echoed in my head. Don't become someone you'll hate. Was that what I was doing? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Is this Sydney? It's Marshall from Groundwork Cafe. Blair gave me your number. Hope that's okay. I frowned, trying to place the name. Then it clicked. The barista who always remembered my order. The one with the kind eyes who'd slipped me an extra cookie last week when I'd looked particularly miserable. Yes, it's Sydney. Hi. I know this is out of the blue, but I was wondering if you'd like to grab dinner sometime. No pressure. I stared at the message, a strange feeling washing over me. In the midst of all this chaos and betrayal, here was something simple, something normal. I'd like that, I typed back before I could overthink it. His response came quickly. Great. How about tomorrow night? I know a great Thai place. Tomorrow works. I set my phone down, surprised by the small smile on my face. For a moment, I'd forgotten about Michaela, Isabella, the fake client profile, all of it. The front door opened and voices filled the apartment. Michaela and Isabella back from their event, laughing about something. The sound grated against my momentary peace. Oh, Michaela said, spotting me in the kitchen. You're here. I live here, I replied evenly. For 3 more weeks, anyway. Isabella smirked, dropping her designer bag on the counter. Not for long if you keep getting sidelined at work. Heard you're off the West Ridge account. My blood went cold. How did she know that? Careful, Isabella, I said quietly. Corporate espionage is a serious offence. Is it espionage to hear office gossip? She shrugged. People talk, especially about employees who might not be around much longer. The implication was clear. They weren't just trying to take my home. They were actively working to get me fired. As they disappeared into Michaela's room, I turned back to my laptop, my resolve hardening. Blair's warning faded against the reality of what I was facing. The fake client profile stared back at me. I began to type, crafting an email to Isabella that would set my trap. Some lines, once crossed, can't be uncrossed. I was about to step over one. The Thai restaurant was tucked between a laundromat and a bookstore, easy to miss unless you knew it was there. Marshall waited outside, hands in his pockets, looking up and down the street for me. When our eyes met, his smile was immediate and warm. You found it, he said, holding the door open. Your directions were very specific, I replied, stepping inside. The restaurant was small but cozy, string lights crisscrossing the ceiling, the air heavy with spices. Over steaming bowls of curry, Marshall told me about his photography side hustle, his rescue dog, and his dream of opening his own cafe someday. I found myself laughing for the first time in weeks. It felt foreign, almost wrong, like I was betraying my own anger. "So what's your story?" he asked, refilling my water glass. "Blair mentioned you're going through some stuff, but she was pretty vague." I hesitated. The last thing I wanted was to dump my drama on this nice, normal guy. But something about his steady gaze made me want to be honest. "My roommate kicked me out while I was away on a business trip," I said. "And it turns out she and her cousin were plotting to sabotage my career." To his credit, Marshall didn't flinch. "That's intense. Are you okay?" "Not really," I admitted. "I'm still living there temporarily and it's a nightmare. But I'm handling it." "Handling it how?" I took a sip of water, avoiding his eyes. "Let's just say I'm not going down without a fight." Marshall nodded slowly. "Just be careful. Revenge has a way of consuming people. You sound like Blair." "Blair's smart," he said with a slight smile. "And she cares about you. A lot." Something in his tone made me look up. "Did she put you up to this? Asking me out?" "No," he said quickly. Then, more honestly, "Well, she mentioned you might need a distraction, but I've wanted to ask you out for months. Just never had the courage until she gave me your number." I wasn't sure how to feel about that, annoyed at Blair's interference or touched by her concern. Maybe both. "I'm glad you called," I said finally. I needed this more than I realized. Walking home later, I felt lighter somehow. For a few hours, I'd been just Sydney. Not the victim, not the avenger, just a woman on a date with a nice guy. It was a glimpse of what normal could feel like again. The feeling evaporated the moment I opened my apartment door. Isabella sat at the kitchen island, her laptop open, a smug smile playing on her lips as she looked up at me. "Fun date?" she asked. I ignored her, heading straight for my room. "Not so fast," she called after me. "We need to talk about this email I received today from Westridge Corp. Ring any bells?" I froze, my back to her. Westridge Corp was the fake company I'd created. "I have no idea what you're talking about," I said, turning slowly. Isabella's smile widened. "Really? Because it's strange that a potential client would reach out to me directly, using industry jargon that sounds suspiciously like your writing style." My heart pounded. "You're paranoid." "Am I?" She turned her laptop toward me. On the screen was my email, and next to it a marketing proposal I'd written months ago. The similarities in phrasing were unmistakable. "I'm not an idiot, Sydney," Isabella said, her voice hardening. "Did you really think I wouldn't recognize a trap when I saw one?" "I don't know what you're talking about," I repeated, but the words sounded hollow even to me. "Save it." She closed her laptop with a snap. "I've already forwarded this to HR at both our companies. Harassment, corporate sabotage, take your pick of what they'll call it." The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. "You're bluffing. Check your work email." Her smile was vicious now. "Oh wait, you can't. Your access has been temporarily suspended pending an investigation." I grabbed my phone, hands shaking as I opened my work email app. Access denied. I tried again. Same message. "You—" I started, but Isabella cut me off. "You did this to yourself," she said, standing. "You couldn't just walk away. You had to play games." "You stole my home," I hissed. "You're trying to steal my job. What was I supposed to do?" "Not this," she gestured to her laptop. "Not something that could get you fired or worse. Like you care." "I don't," she agreed. "But Michaela might. She actually felt bad about all this, you know. Until you started your little revenge campaign." The mention of Michaela sent a fresh wave of anger through me. "Where is she?" "Out. She doesn't know about this yet." Isabella picked up her phone. "But she will soon. And then you'll be out of this apartment for good." I retreated to my room, locking the door behind me. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I'd been so careful with that email, creating it from a new account, using a VPN. How had she connected it to me so easily? My phone buzzed with a text from Blair. "How was the date?" I couldn't even think about the date now. I messed up. Bad. Isabella caught me trying to trap her. She reported me to HR. Blair's response came immediately. Coming over. Don't do anything else. I paced my room, panic rising in my throat. If I lost my job over this, I'd have nothing. No home, no income, no way to fight back. A knock at my bedroom door made me jump. Sydney? It was Michaela's voice, quiet but firm. We need to talk. I opened the door, bracing for the worst. But Michaela's expression wasn't triumphant or angry. She looked tired. Isabella told me what happened, she said. I'm sure she did. This has gone too far. Michaela ran a hand through her hair. Both of us, we're acting crazy. Both of us? I laughed bitterly. I'm not the one who forged signatures and stole an apartment. No, you're just the one creating fake companies to entrap people. She sighed. Look, I got a call from our landlord today. The building's being sold. We're all getting eviction notices next week. I stared at her, certain this was another trick. What? It's true. 30-day notice. Everyone out. She met my eyes directly. So this whole fight, it's pointless now? Before I could respond, my phone rang. Unknown number. With a sense of dread, I answered. Is this Sydney? A man's voice, formal and cold. Yes. This is David from HR. I need you to come in tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for a disciplinary meeting regarding some serious allegations that have been brought to our attention. As he continued outlining the charges against me, I looked at Michaela, still standing in my doorway. The irony wasn't lost on me. We were both about to lose this apartment, but only one of us was about to lose everything else too. Blair arrived 20 minutes later, bursting through the front door like a hurricane. She found me sitting on my bed, staring at the wall, Michaela's revelation about the building sale still ringing in my ears. What happened? Blair demanded, shutting my bedroom door behind her. Tell me everything. I recounted it all mechanically. The fake client email, Isabella catching me, the HR call. Blair listened without interrupting, her expression growing more troubled with each detail. This is bad, Sid, she said when I finished. Really bad. I know. No, I don't think you do. She sat beside me on the bed. Corporate entrapment isn't just grounds for firing, it could be legally actionable. Isabella could sue you. She won't, I said, though I wasn't sure why I felt so certain. This is about getting me fired, not dragging things out in court. And that's supposed to make you feel better? Blair shook her head. What were you thinking? I was thinking they were trying to destroy my life, my voice cracked. What would you have done? Blair was quiet for a moment. I would have walked away, found a new apartment, focused on my career, moved on. Easy to say when you're not the one it's happening to. Sydney, no. I stood up, suddenly unable to sit still. You don't get it. This isn't just about an apartment or a job. It's about the fact that someone I trusted completely betrayed me. Again. Blair's expression softened. This isn't about your brother, Sid. Isn't it? I laughed bitterly. Robert abandoned me when I needed him most. Michaela kicked me out when I was most vulnerable. The pattern's pretty clear. That's not fair to Robert. He was going through his own stuff. Don't defend him. The words came out sharper than I intended. Not now. Blair held up her hands in surrender. Okay. Let's focus on the immediate problem. What are you going to say at this HR meeting tomorrow? I hadn't thought that far ahead. My mind was a storm of fear and anger, making it impossible to think strategically. I don't know, I admitted. Deny everything? With what evidence? If Isabella has those emails. My phone buzzed with a text. I expected Marshall checking in after our date. Instead, it was a number I hadn't seen in years. It's Robert, we need to talk. I'm in town. I stared at the screen, unable to process this new complication. My estranged brother reaching out now after years of silence. The timing was too bizarre. Who is it? Blair asked, noticing my expression. I handed her the phone wordlessly. Holy shit, she whispered. Are you going to respond? Before I could answer, another text came through. Michaela called me, said you're in trouble. Let me help. The betrayal hit like a physical blow. Michaela called him? Behind my back? Blair's eyes widened. Wait, they know each other? No, at least I didn't think so. My mind raced. How would she even have his number? A knock at my door interrupted us. Michaela stood there, her expression unreadable. Your brother's on his way over, she said without preamble. You had no right, I said, my voice shaking. No right to contact him. Someone had to, she replied. You're spiraling, Sydney. You need family right now. Family? I laughed, the sound harsh and brittle. You mean the brother who cut me off when our parents died? Who left me to handle everything alone while he disappeared to find himself? Michaela had the decency to look uncomfortable. He said it was complicated. How long have you been in touch with him? I demanded. She hesitated. A few months. He reached out looking for you but asked me not to tell you yet. He wanted to make things right in person. The room seemed to tilt. All this time, Michaela had been talking to Robert behind my back, while planning to kick me out, while conspiring with Isabella. Get out, I whispered. Sydney. Get out, I screamed, something breaking loose inside me. Both of you, get out! Blair touched my arm. I'm staying. No, I pulled away. I need to be alone. Please. After they left, I sat in the silence of my room trying to make sense of everything. Robert was coming here. After 5 years of nothing, he was walking back into my life at my lowest moment. Because Michaela called him. My phone buzzed again. Robert. Almost there. Please talk to me. I turned my phone off and curled up on my bed, feeling like that 16-year-old girl again, the one who stood at our parents' funeral while Robert, 21 and drowning in his own grief, told me he needed space. The one who handled the estate, the house sale, the insurance claims, all while finishing high school alone. The doorbell rang 30 minutes later. I heard murmured voices in the living room, Michaela letting Robert in. Then a knock at my bedroom door. Sid? His voice deeper than I remembered. It's me. I didn't answer. I know you're angry, he continued. You have every right to be, but I can help with this HR situation. I'm a lawyer now. That got my attention. I opened the door to find an older, more polished version of my brother. The wild hair was now neatly cut, the band t-shirts replaced by a button-down. But his eyes were the same. Our mother's eyes. A lawyer, I repeated flatly. Congratulations. Employment law, specifically. He shifted uncomfortably. Can I come in? I stepped aside, allowing him into my room. He looked around, taking in the half-packed boxes, the general disarray. Michaela told me what's been happening, he said. All of it. I'm sure she did. What she did was wrong, he said, surprising me. But this revenge plan, it's going to backfire, Sydney. Let me help you salvage your job, at least. Why now? I asked, the question that had burned in me for years. Why show up now? Robert's eyes met mine, filled with regret and something else, determination. Because I'm not making the same mistake twice, he said. I abandoned you once. I won't do it again. I wanted to scream at him, to throw him out like I had Michaela and Blair. But a small, desperate part of me recognized the lifeline he was offering. The HR meeting is at 9 tomorrow, I said finally. Don't be late. Robert and I arrived at my office building at 8:30 the next morning. I hadn't slept, my mind racing between the HR meeting, Robert's sudden reappearance, and Michaela's betrayal. My body felt hollow, running on nothing but anxiety and 3 cups of coffee. Remember what we discussed, Robert said as we rode the elevator up. Let me do most of the talking. Don't admit to anything. I nodded mechanically. We'd spent hours last night going over a strategy, deny the fake email, question the evidence, suggest Isabella had fabricated the whole thing out of professional jealousy. It felt wrong, more lies to cover lies. But I was desperate. The elevator doors opened to reveal Isabella standing in the lobby talking to my boss. They both turned as we approached, Isabella's expression shifting from confident to uncertain at the sight of Robert in his crisp suit, leather briefcase in hand. Sydney, my boss said, his tone carefully neutral. The meeting's in conference room B. Who's this? Robert Miller, my brother said, extending his hand. Sydney's legal counsel. My boss's eyebrows shot up. Legal counsel, this is just an internal review, not a court proceeding. Nevertheless, Robert replied smoothly, given the serious nature of the allegations, my sister has the right to representation. Isabella's smug smile had vanished completely. In the conference room, David from HR sat with another woman I didn't recognize. Files were spread before them, including printouts of what I assumed were the damning emails. Before we begin, Robert said as soon as we sat down, I'd like to address the fundamental conflict of interest here. Isabella Ferguson has a personal vendetta against my sister that extends beyond the workplace. That's not true, Isabella interjected. Robert ignored her. Ms. Ferguson is cousins with Sydney's roommate, who recently attempted to illegally evict Sydney from their shared apartment. We have evidence of forged documents and conspiracy to displace my client during her business trip. The HR representatives exchanged glances. While that's concerning, David said carefully, it doesn't address the allegations that Sydney created a fake company to entrap Ms. Ferguson. About those allegations, Robert continued, we've reviewed the emails in question. There's no evidence connecting them to my sister beyond Ms. Ferguson's speculation. In fact, we have reason to believe Ms. Ferguson fabricated this entire scenario to discredit Sydney professionally. My heart pounded as Robert laid out our counter-narrative that Isabella, desperate to eliminate competition, had created the fake email herself to frame me. It was bold, audacious, and completely dishonest. I watched Isabella's face flush with anger, saw my boss's furrowed brow as he tried to determine who was telling the truth. This wasn't justice. This was just more manipulation, more lies. Stop, I said suddenly. Robert turned to me, warning in his eyes. Sydney? No. I straightened in my chair, a strange calm washing over me. I'm not doing this. I looked directly at David from HR. I sent the email. I created the fake company. I was trying to catch Isabella stealing clients because I had evidence she and Michaela were conspiring against me. The room went silent. Robert closed his eyes briefly, defeat written across his face. Sydney, my boss began, his tone grave. That's a serious admission. I know. My voice was steady now. And I'll accept whatever consequences come with it. But I want everyone to know exactly what happened. I pulled out my phone and opened the email app. These are the original emails between Michaela and Isabella, planning to use my client information. This is the forged lease termination. This is evidence of them planning to disrupt my work during critical presentations. I laid it all out. Every manipulation, every betrayal, every step that had led me to this desperate act. When I finished, the room was silent again, but different this time. Heavier. This doesn't excuse my actions, I said finally, but it explains them. I was fighting to save my career, my home, my life. David cleared his throat. We'll need to review all of this evidence. Of course, I stood up. In the meantime, I understand if you need to suspend me. My boss spoke up. Let's take a short break. Isabella, I'd like to speak with you privately. As Isabella followed my boss out, her face pale with fury, Robert turned to me. Why did you do that? He asked quietly. We could have won. No, I said. We could have escaped. It's not the same thing. We sat in silence until the door opened again. My boss returned alone. Isabella has been placed on administrative leave pending investigation, he said. The emails you provided are concerning, to say the least. However, he continued, his expression hardening, your actions were still inappropriate and potentially illegal. I nodded, accepting the inevitable. I'll be recommending a 2-week suspension without pay, he said, and probation for 6 months. Any further incidents will result in immediate termination. Relief washed over me so intensely I nearly collapsed. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he warned. There will be a formal warning in your file, and you'll need to work with a different team for a while. Trust needs to be rebuilt. As we left the building, Robert put his hand on my shoulder. That was brave. Stupid, but brave. I couldn't keep lying, I said. It was destroying me from the inside out. What now? He asked. I checked my phone. A text from Michaela. We need to talk, face to face, tonight. Now, I said. I finished this. The apartment was quiet when I arrived that evening. Michaela sat alone at the kitchen island, 2 glasses of wine poured. No sign of Isabella. She's staying at a hotel, Michaela said, answering my unasked question. Probably for the best. I took the seat across from her but didn't touch the wine. You wanted to talk. So talk. I saw the emails you sent to HR, she said. All of them, including the ones between me and Isabella. And you're right. She met my eyes directly. What we did was wrong. All of it. The apartment, your job, everything. I waited, not trusting myself to speak. I was jealous, she continued, her voice smaller now. You were always the successful one, the one with the perfect career trajectory. When Isabella offered me a way into Vertex, I jumped at it. I didn't think about what it would do to you. You were my friend, I said, the words like glass in my throat. I trusted you. I know. She pushed her phone across the counter to me. On the screen was a video, Michaela looking directly at the camera. What's this? Press play. I hit the button and Michaela's voice filled the kitchen. My name is Michaela Norton, and I'm recording this confession voluntarily. I conspired with my cousin Isabella Ferguson to illegally evict my roommate Sydney Miller and undermine her professional reputation. I forged Sydney's signature on lease documents and planned to steal client information. The confession continued for 3 minutes, detailing everything they'd done. When it ended, I looked up at the real Michaela, speechless. It's yours, she said quietly, to use however you want. I've already sent a copy to your brother. Why? I managed finally. Because you told the truth when it would have been easier to lie. She stood up. And because some things can't be fixed with words alone. I stared at Michaela's phone, her confession still ringing in my ears. The power I'd been chasing for weeks now sat in my palm. Concrete evidence I could take to the landlord, to HR, maybe even to the police. What do you expect me to do with this? I asked. Michaela shrugged, vulnerability naked on her face. Whatever you need to, I just couldn't keep living with what we did. I set the phone down between us, suddenly exhausted. The vindication I'd imagined feeling in this moment was nowhere to be found. Instead, I felt hollow, scraped clean of the anger that had been fueling me. Why did you call Robert? I asked. The question had been burning in me since he appeared. Michaela's eyes dropped to her wine glass. Because I knew you wouldn't listen to me. And because he called looking for you months ago. What? Why? Your parents' house finally sold, she said quietly. He needed your signature on the paperwork. The house, our childhood home, sitting empty since our parents died. The last physical reminder of the family we'd once been. He could have called me himself, I said, the old hurt rising. He tried. You blocked his number, remember? After that Christmas fight? I had. 3 years ago, when his absence had become too painful to bear. I'd blocked his calls, his emails, erased him from my life the way he'd erased me from his. I should go, I said, standing abruptly. This was too much. Michaela's confession, Robert's reappearance, the house. I needed space to think. Sydney, wait. Michaela reached for my arm. There's something else you should know. I paused, bracing myself for another revelation. Isabella wasn't just trying to steal your clients, she said. She was trying to get you fired because of Marshall. Marshall? The barista? What does he have to do with anything? They dated last year. It ended badly. When she found out Blair set you two up. Michaela trailed off. I laughed, the sound sharp and disbelieving. So this whole nightmare, my apartment, my job, my life, was collateral damage in some twisted revenge plot against a guy I barely know? Partly, Michaela admitted. The job opportunity at Vertex was real, but Isabella made it personal when she found out about Marshall. I shook my head, processing this absurd new information. All this time I'd thought I was the target, that Michaela and Isabella had conspired specifically to hurt me. But I'd just been convenient, the roommate of the woman dating Isabella's ex, the colleague whose clients Isabella wanted. "I need to go," I repeated, grabbing my jacket. Outside, the night air was cool against my flushed skin. I walked aimlessly, Michaela's confession video burning a hole in my pocket where I'd saved it to my phone. What would using it accomplish now? My job was secure, if tenuous. The apartment would be gone in weeks anyway, and revenge, the thing I'd craved so desperately, suddenly seemed pointless. My phone buzzed with a text from Robert. "How did it go with Michaela?" I hesitated, then called him instead of texting back. "She gave me a recorded confession," I said when he answered. "About everything." "That's great," he said, sounding genuinely relieved. "That should help with the landlord situation, at least until you find a new place." "Is it true about the house?" I asked abruptly. A pause. "Yes. It finally sold. I've been trying to reach you about it for months." "Why didn't you try harder?" The question came out smaller than I intended. Robert was quiet for a long moment. "Because I was ashamed," he finally said, "of how I left you, of how I handled everything after Mom and Dad died. It was easier to tell myself you were better off without me than to face what I'd done." The honesty in his voice caught me off guard. "I needed you," I said simply. "I know. I'm sorry, Sid. I can't change the past, but I'm here now, if you'll let me be." I thought about the last few weeks, the betrayal, the anger, the desperate need for revenge that had nearly cost me everything. How much of my reaction had been about Michaela and Isabella, and how much had been the reopened wound of Robert's abandonment. "The house money," I said suddenly. "What happens to it?" "Half is yours," he said. "It's in an escrow account waiting for you. Enough for a down payment on your own place if that's what you want." My own place. No roommates, no shared spaces, no vulnerability to someone else's whims. The thought was both liberating and lonely. "I need to think," I told him, "about everything." "Take your time," he said. "I'm not going anywhere this time." I ended the call and found myself walking toward Blair's apartment. She answered the door in pajamas, surprise turning to concern when she saw my face. "What happened?" she asked, pulling me inside. I told her everything, Michaela's confession, the revelation about Isabella and Marshall, the house sale, my conversation with Robert. "So, what are you going to do?" she asked when I finished. "About the confession video?" I pulled out my phone, staring at the file. One tap and I could send it to HR, to the landlord, post it online for everyone to see. The revenge I'd wanted served on a silver platter. "Delete it," I said, surprising myself. "Are you sure? After everything they did?" I nodded, pressing delete before I could change my mind. Revenge was destroying me, making me someone I didn't recognize. "And Robert? The house money?" "I don't know yet," I admitted, "but I'm done letting the past control my future." Blair smiled, squeezing my hand. "That sounds like the Sydney I know." Later that night, I sat on Blair's balcony staring at the city lights. My phone buzzed with a text from Marshall. "Free for coffee tomorrow?" I thought about Isabella, about her petty revenge that had spiraled into something so destructive, about how easily I'd fallen into the same trap, letting anger consume me. "Sorry, not interested in being part of someone else's revenge story," I texted back. His response came quickly. "What? I don't understand." "Ask Isabella," I wrote, then set my phone aside. Tomorrow I would call Robert about the house money. I would start apartment hunting in earnest. I would rebuild what Michaela and Isabella had tried to destroy, not out of vengeance, but because it was mine to rebuild. The realization settled over me like a blanket. The opposite of betrayal isn't revenge. It's reclaiming what's yours. Your power, your peace, your future. I'd spent weeks trying to burn down what others had taken from me. Now it was time to build something new from the ashes, something that couldn't be so easily destroyed, something that was mine alone.